Yep, here we are then. This is it. This is the real deal. I'm going to try it. And I've already gotten two warning messages, one of which I'm very familiar with. And it's the SRT crash fixes. I have to go and enable an argument in its config, and then it's going to be okay. And then the other thing I got was from devious devices, and that's a not safe for work mode, but it's worth talking about this as well. Which for some reason believes it's incompatible with my current edition of Skyrim. And it was like, yeah, okay, I'm going to disable myself now, you know. And it warned me that continuing might result in unexpected behavior. So there's that to look forward to, unexpected behavior. As if Skyrim itself doesn't have enough of that to begin with, right? And that said, though, let me do something right here. Let me rein in. I hope you had audio, by the way. If you didn't have audio, that's okay. I'll be using this song quite a lot while playing Skyrim, or rather, as my introduction when playing Skyrim, because it's a cool song. So don't worry if you missed anything from that, okay? Now, let me just do that thing here, and then this thing there, and then make sure that everything else is muted other than my microphone. All right, cool. So what we're going to do is, I don't want you to worry. This is just a test, okay? I fully expect it to crash. I expect it to lock my computer or something. Like, you know, it's Skyrim, okay? And it has like over 1K mods right now, of which the vast majority is gameplay and animations and sounds. So it's not the case of like, oh yeah, hi, I have like 10K mods, and it's literally just singular files of like texture replacers. This is heavily modded and it is handcrafted. Okay, so this list is like handcrafted. It's not a collection. Nobody has tested this. It's only me and Neris, and Neris isn't here. So we're gonna go in there. The first interesting thing I noticed was that, and I'll show you. Just let me quickly minimize this. All right, very nice. And then minimize that, and then that, and then we're in. Would you look at that? So, I gotta tell you, one sec. Ah, nice. It might have already frozen. No? Okay. So the first thing you're gonna notice is how this is there, like the reset warning. We're fine with that. That's just a small issue of like updating it, I guess. Now, I just have to understand why my mouse refuses to leave the game window all of a sudden, but then actually also works. Ah, there we go. That way I can lower this. There we go. This is beautiful music, but I want you to be able to hear me. So, yeah. So this is to be expected. I'll just update it. It's nothing. The other thing that I noticed firsthand here, or first thing, is that there is no settings, as you can see. So this menu is lacking settings, which is interesting. I'm gonna hit new, and it seems to immediately throw me into starting a new game. And we're going to see what happens there, other than crashing, which I fully expect it to. It seems that true directional movement, you're using an older version which does not support all of the feature. Okay. framework warning. Cannot find key config. Okay. Please reinstall Sky UI or extra the scripts. Okay. For now, we ignore that. What we are going to do for now is very simply see what we got here. Let's find just the preset. We don't care about anything. I wonder how you move. That is interesting because those were lower here, but like, yeah, let's not talk about that. Okay, insane. For now, we don't care about anything. Camera, huh? Okay, yeah, it's fine. Sculpt presets, okay. Now, I'm not familiar with this like interface at all. It's new. I'm gonna press home here to skip tutorial and then home again to disable that, which is nice. This seems to be like a trainer of some sorts as well. So I'll just close that. This is so interesting. Okay. Very interesting. I wish I could just like make this go, but now that it's here, it seems to not let me do anything else. So I wonder how the fuck you close that. Okay. So the menu seems to pop up when I press home. However, I'm not familiar with this, therefore I don't know how to close it. Which means for me, now we're fucked. There is a way to close these menus. That's a new like thingy that they're doing so that you can actually edit stuff real time in game. I'm not gonna be explaining too much, by the way, because I'm also, you know, just checking things basically. But this seems to be some kind of trainer. I'm not sure what this is. Time passing, perhaps. But I think if I just click save for now, it's gonna be fine. So where is it? Wait, I saw it somewhere. So this, for example. All right, that didn't do anything. Yeah, I'm not sure how to close this, which means we're fucked. The menu. Interesting. Oh, the menu. How am I going to close you? Huh? Maybe with Shift Home? Shift Home does something else. It brings up improved camera. Interesting. It's so nice that you can check this like in game, right? Also, that doesn't close now. I have to read the instructions on this framework of things. It is so weird because hitting escape doesn't seem to work for the menu. It worked for the other thing, but not for this. Shift escape? Don't know. So the game is still running in the back, but it just doesn't let me interact with it. That is good. That way you can't fuck up anything, right? You can just open your settings. But the problem with this is that now what? In which case, I'm going to do something smart. I will go and search for the menu is a lightweight, fast in-game menu. Yeah, that allows players to manage modes, blah, 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 blah. All right, so There we go. Okay, so how to open? Press home to open the menu while in game. Sure. How do you close it though? To close menus? Yeah, sure, fine. But like, how do you even close the menu though? That's very specific. Okay. A guy says, fucking awful, unable to close the menu once you've opened it. I need the home key for reshade and can't close out of the menu. So, by that, we now have inferred that you can bind the key to something else. We have to find which key is which and bind it to something else, another number. If we do that, then pressing home again will let us, or pressing that button again, will let us exit the menu. Let's test that. So keyboard key codes list. Nope, that doesn't help. The list of scan codes can be found here, creation kit. Ah, you have to go by the creation kits. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's see. So escape is 1. Maybe I can hit escape, but no, because then that will open the menu, right? What if I temporarily assign it to, like very temporarily, right? To, let me think. Where would I put it? That is probably like harmless. Pause, right? 197. Okay. 197. Save. Uh, pause. Oop, there you go. Fixed. Easy. So now I just have to remember that this is pause, right? Note this down. Okay. And then we have all the weird shit. And we have the 3BA shit, okay, and then everything. And then in the end there should be like, you know, something like done. Yes. Let's name the character. Subject 1. Because after all, this is a test. The installed SUM system could not be, JSON file could not be found. Okay. What a warning. But the good thing about this is, oh god, I'm gonna have to test some settings with this for sure. But right now we're not going for oh, and this will always bring you back. Interesting. And you can see your body and everything, so that is good. My hands look atrocious. How weird. So it's not like immersive first person, though it may be possible to detach the direction from the camera. Look at those hands though. That's why I feel immersive first person was a better camera than what we have here. Though the illusion is fine, like you can... I don't think you can detach them because these are not your actual character's hands, I can tell. I also see no... what? Okay. Ah, how interesting. There we go. Our first problem. Third-person animation for unarmed seems to be bugged. Completely. It results in a posing. Cool, huh? And you can tell that this is like different, and that's probably what's causing the problem. Because third person, she rests her hands on the side when you stop, right? Because that's how that works. So she's gonna rest there, and then she's ready to fight again without pressing anything. And that's normal, right? But then, if you go in, they're always raised, which gives you a clear indication that these are fake hands. These are first-person hands. I'm telling you, immersive first-person camera or view, it needs to come back, dude. It really needs to come back. I don't play in first person, but I like it to be there. Either way, now we have this issue. Well, that's fucked. What's in there? Okay. That's a nice menu, though. Do I get a weapon? Maybe? Okay. Let's try. There is a bit of delay from all of this, but that's gonna be fine. Cool animation. And we get an A pose. Oh! Did you see that? Interesting. But if it's recognized, so if it's a furniture, it doesn't do it. But if it recognizes that as a wall, then you can't strike. This makes sense. Cool. No variance here on the sneak pose. Is there variance here? No. I will miss that too. I like the variance that I had. Cool. And A pose. Okay. Alright, fair enough. Then if I hit escape, the question unless... okay, yes. Then here we have settings finally. Very good. And then we have mode config. I'm not gonna go into mode config now. But this seems just fine for now. The old setting. Seems to be more, but I don't know how to... Oh. Oh, okay. That's comprehensive. Okay. Okay. And that saves the config. Okay, cool. And so I assume... All right, I'll fix that later. For now, what's important is to check this. I am afraid. I am very afraid. I am very afraid. Great. So we don't have a mod menu. A mod config menu. Though dmenu should be taking care of that. That is literally the function of dmenu. So if you were to configure a mod, you would go here. Then you would go mod config. And then you should be able to find like mods, right? But we only have this. Let's try something though. Matter of time, right? Okay, enter. No. So that this is not a search function then. This, however, this, however, could I, for example, go into bathing in Skyrim and then... Oh, this is add item menu. Ah, okay. Mod config should be this, but it doesn't seem to be detecting any mods. Interesting. The menu might be junk. I'm not gonna lie. Like, the intention is good, but holy shit, that's the only mod you're finding from all the mods I have? Are you insane? Okay, we'll figure it out later. But I might have to drop that in the garbage can immediately. So, back to mod config. We don't have anything. I could try this. Set stage. SKSC, I think. Wait, I have to remember it. I don't remember it at all. Yeah, set state space. Yeah, okay, got you. SKSC config manager instance 1. Right? Isn't it that? Is it though? Yeah. Ski? Okay, yeah, okay. What did I press? Let me copy that actually. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, got you. Ski, not SKSC. Ski. Go. No? You don't wanna? Not found parameter. Why? Is that doing anything? Not according to the console. When I'm in game and bring up the menu, it shows SKSE config manager instance. Okay. Does it for me? Yeah, it does. It's right there. How curious. Definitely SKSE or Sky UI. Yeah, because it did tell us that Sky UI is kind of fucked, right? Unless a mod you're using is corrupting the MCM, but that is unlikely. Okay. All right, old thread, but still cool shit. So we know that something isn't loading, which makes fucking sense if you think about it, because we got all those warning messages, right? I'd have to reload and check those messages, but I'm gonna start taking notes. This is gonna be a process. This is gonna be a learning process. So, time for notes. Mm. I'm gonna relaunch the game and see from the start. First of all, wait a moment. I want to see what the fuck. Oh, that is nice. That is so much different than before. Crazy. Whew. None? Sure, I'll try that. Okay. How are the... Okay, no potato head children. That's very nice. We don't see any distortions or any weird bald spots. Male Nord, okay. What about you? Hi. My voice isn't working, of course. So you're not gonna give me anything? Oh, I can... Oh, in the dialogue I can turn? What the fuck? That's new.
Yeah?
But then it doesn't progress, right? Interesting.
I.
For an eye. Let's see what happens if we step outside, right? Shit, here we are. Oh, that's fucking beautiful, though. Oh, shit. So if you run and then stop, you slide a bit. Okay, cool. Oh man, this looks good. And nostalgic as fuck. Hey. What's here? Oh god. Oh my fucking god. We're here. Oh, the look down thingy isn't working quite well. Wait, now it is. Shit. Okay. I don't want to die, so I will not fall from here. Oh, procedural walking now? Alright. Cool. A little bit easy to trigger, but I mean... It's kind of steep as well. No, it's easy to trigger. I'd have to configure that. I can't zoom out though, which is annoying. And I have a mouse cursor, which is also annoying. I'm not used to that. Do you think that maybe... And this is a huge maybe. 1 second. Okay. Put that there. Then go out. Then take it out. Then swing. No? You're not gonna swing? Why would you not swing? Ah, there we go. There we go. Okay. So that's a problem. We'll figure it. Holy shit though. Oh my god. Huh?
What's a milk drinker like you doing out here?
This is also kind of weird.
Mother.
Because the menu is obscured by the plants now. Do you see that? Like, this is not a graphical glitch. It is literally the shrubs here. We are also not getting a lot of features simply because
Fight well.
our voice mods are completely not working. Oh, hey, I do change stance. That works. I kind of want to see different weathers to check the lighting, but this will happen naturally over time. Cell shading could use a little bit of softening though, I think. I don't mind it, but a little bit of softening would be nice. Anyway, the only way we can fight is first person, for now. Can I lock on this guy? Yes. Oh, that's nice. Okay. The usual fare. Okay. Awesome. Okay. But unless the mods work, I am fucked. Let me try something. Okay. So we're still there. Shit, I can't see through that fucking thing. Let me aim at the sky. Very nice. Can't parse anything. Lots of errors. Let's give it a bit of time. What is patch mode, do you think? One, huh? What? So, oh? Oh, so it really can't... Yeah, okay, okay. So it's kind of fucked. Okay. Okay. Holy shit, though. Oh, this is gonna be a problem. This see-through menu is gonna be a problem. You know what else is a problem? Pausing when entering menus. This has to go. This definitely has to go. Oh? What was that? Hello. Semi-works? Damn, okay. So what if I were to run, for example? Not bad. Okay. Not perfect, not bad. My footsteps are very silent, though. No, I actually like this vaulting. Okay, cool. Anyway, yeah, okay. Lots of things to go through. Lots of things to go through. My god. But I missed this so much. Camera has to go. For me, this is unacceptable. Like this, for me, after coming from immersive first person, is unacceptable completely. First person hands are absolutely ridiculous and unacceptable. I'm sorry. Also, apparently I need grass fixes for landscape and water mods because they shouldn't be here. Or is it intentional? I don't know. But it feels like this shouldn't be here. Like so close to the road. Anyway, we'll see. Who knows? Nice jumping. Do we have different animations? Yes. Okay, cool. And then... Oh, and this triggers as well. So you will notice that if I'm very close, she stands a bit differently. Or at least she did for a moment there. But let's try it. There we go. Cool little detail. Very nice, actually. So, the good thing, right? The good thing about this. It works. And we can get to in-game testing, which... that takes care of a lot of issues, like that when you start an installation, right? Oh my fucking god, get away from me. I'm not ready for you. But... Can I, like... There is a key that I can actually use to do some parkour, but I don't remember what the key is. That's incidental. That wasn't supposed to happen. But yeah, you can basically scale and climb, and then like anything you want. A little bit like Assassin's Creed. But now that's probably not working because my menus aren't working, nor any of my fucking mods, or a lot of them. Holy shit! I'm so ready to play this. But yeah, okay. That's nice. That's very nice. Thank you for that. Let's just quit for now. Yeah, main menu will do. Or it will not do, I guess. Skyrim is reloading. What kind of like weird? No valid segment found. Oh, why are you reloading yourself? No, don't exit the game. Fine, I'll go back in and then I'll exit properly. Also, let me just have my breakfast. Oops, sorry for that. What are they saying? Sorry, I thought they left me a message in my food box, but no. It was just a receipt. Okay, let's grab this. Oh god, that's delicious. Alright. Will it close down properly now? Yes. Mm. Mm. Ah, cool. Okay. So what I will say is I'm really glad it works. As in it loads, right? And because from there you can just start from the start from the top, like whatever happens first. That would be crash fixes, and then deduce devices, I guess. Which, what a weird message. Then I gotta figure what I'm gonna do with my camera. There is no way in hell I will actually have a camera that has like fake hands. Especially because it seems to, like, I don't know. It is very early to tell. But my instinct is it is the camera mode that is actually cock blocking third person attack animations. And also, I will call whatever camera mode I have. Right when I got it, it was like, okay, you can literally replace immersive first person view with this because it does the same thing, right? It doesn't. So that was like literally false advertising, even though the product is free. I really don't get how people, like, how no one has like considered to just create immersive first person view again. It is crazy. Or pick up the project and update it. Hell, I don't even fucking know why it would need to be updated, but okay. Like what broke it? Man, I wish, I wish I knew how to actually like write a mod. Correction. I wish I wasn't too lazy to learn. Also, I said there's going to be some pauses between like words because I'm eating. So there's that. So please, bear with me as I gulp down my food. Hmm. Passingly, I'll tell you that I'm not a fan of the weird delay when opening in a container. That was something I noticed, and I'm like, shouldn't that be a little bit faster? Like just a second or two faster, nothing much. So there is that, and I have to wonder if that's like a problem or a choice. Then I noticed that some sounds are missing. And then dialogues don't progress. You can speak to someone, you can choose a dialogue, then nothing happens. So I'm curious about that. But here's the thing, everything that I say right now might be the result of Sky UI not loading properly. Could be. And of course, like all my mods missing for some reason from the MCM. So yeah. Something to fucking consider. And what else? It also looks a lot like vanilla. Like I wasn't expecting it. I was like, I like Vanilla Plus, right? That's the looks that I like. And then I see it, and I'm like, hmm, should I go for more? I'll be honest, probably not, because the game looks okay. So visually, it isn't like hurting my eyes or something. It's pretty fine. And it was always about the animation and stuff, for me at least, right? It wasn't ever, oh, make the trees look like super fucking smooth or something. Like it was never like that. I'm just happy that there is a lot of detail in the environment. Hmm. And that's why I'm eating right now. I just can't think of anything else. Too early. Of course, the first person, like when I fought the wolf, right? I noticed my longsword was pretty, I guess, in a way, realistically short for a longsword. That's in, I was expecting its reach um, to be a bit more than that, because then I had to, like, go really close to the wolf to actually hit it. Which fair, okay. I also noticed that my character doesn't like, so the wolf was on an incline, right? And it was a little bit lower than me. Great. I tried to swing, and then I think one of the swings went over it, which, don't get me wrong, that's realistic, okay. But how much of a problem is it going to be gameplay wise, I wonder? And the other question that popped in my mind is like, okay, I noticed that. Was it always there? Because I seem to remember back in previous iterations of three-directional movement, and mind you, TDM didn't load properly, by the way. We got those warnings for TDM that not all features can be enabled because, like, you just don't have them because the menus are missing, obviously. So who knows if it has like a correction for elevation differences? Because back in the day, I'm pretty sure I never had the problem of, oh my god, here is something short, like a mug crab, and then I'm swinging over it. Like, I didn't have that. But it could also be because it's first person, and first person has its own rules apparently in this setup. And I know what you're gonna say. Why the fuck do you care about first person, right? I don't know. It's annoying because it's something that just doesn't work the way that I want and the way that it should. And so it's in the back of my head, and it's like, what if I want to go into first person, right? What if I want to look down and see like my hands and everything, like as you would see them from the third person? Because if you're gonna give me fake hands, right? Like maybe try to feel this, okay? If you're gonna give me fake first person hands, then I don't want them using the third person model. You know, what would the point be? They're fake anyways. But the real problem is that I do want to see, like I want it to be like it was before. I want to be able to turn my head and out of combat, that not affecting my body, you know? Which immersive first person view, for example, did finally. You could, so out of combat, what it would do, if you looked left and right, you could even see your shoulder, right? It wasn't coupled with a body movement, with a body rotation. So this camera mode is kind of like a hard sell, very hard sell. Also, the way it's bobbing around is kind of. I don't want to say it's nauseous or nauseating, sorry. But isn't it a little bit like. I get they're trying to go for this modern game kind of thing, but holy shit, it's kind of intrusive visually. Like I'm moving my character from left to right. So let's say that I'm moving towards the right. And suddenly it shifts to the right of the screen so that my character suddenly occupies a different space than my brain expects in that like angle, right? Like, am I making sense? For example, Dead Space. Let's say Dead Space, for example. Your character is always on the left, right? So Isaac is on the left. And then you have a clear view in the middle. Not too clear because you still have to see Isaac and like, see all the health information on him and everything. But that doesn't change as far as I remember. Like if you run one direction or another, if it changes, it's minimal. Like I don't observe it. It feels so natural. Here it was like, okay, your character is where she is, and then as you move, the camera does this wobbly kind of carry over motion into another angle. And then when you stop, it goes back to where it was. And this is kind of like, I don't know, it's a little bit weird. I bet I can fix it in the sense of like it probably has a setting in the menu, like duh. And to be fair, in the menu there might be some setting for don't use fake hands in first person, like or a setting for decouple body and head. And then it's like immersive first person view. Sure, I can't know because I haven't gotten to that part yet, which is annoying. I was hoping we could see some menus today, you know? Apparently not. And the thing I like the most about it is that we didn't crash at all. Everything worked, the menus worked, everything was like super fine. A bit jarring that when you're looting stuff and everything, the world around pauses. I don't know, I'm not a fan of that. I have a mod for it and it seems to not work. Probably because it depends on SKSC completely and then that hasn't loaded properly. And so you're fucked. Honestly, until we figure out why our mods aren't showing, there's nothing we can discuss at length. Because we're discussing with like, it's like discussing the aerodynamics of donkeys when donkeys don't even fly. And you're like, well, but I think it would fly better if this and that. And you're like, yeah, pointless. You know what I mean? I mean, it's a childish example, but I'm trying to tell you what this is basically. But I still wanted to engage in this because I'm just excited, honestly. And my mind is going like just noticing things, going like, oh yeah, that this and that and that and this and that, and I just can't help it. Mm, that's about it. I don't know what else to tell you. Other than I have a video we should watch once I'm done eating, which should be in like I don't know 5 minutes at most. And as much as I hate saying this, right? Because I do hate saying it. It does look a little dated, like in the sense of like Vanilla Plus visuals seem to not be holding too well anymore. Not horribly, mind you, not horribly. Totally, what's the word? Um, palpable, right? No, not palpable. Palatable. That's the word. As in, you can totally like eat it and find it tasty, right? There's not a problem there. But could it be better? Probably yes, after so many years. Probably yes, like visually. So maybe Vanilla Plus visuals aren't just fucking cutting it anymore. Who knows? Maybe I need one of those mods that completely transform the environment. Maybe a collection on top of like what I got already. Like specifically for visuals. Whew, that was a lot of food. Holy shit. Oh god. Okay, I'm done. Gonna go wash. I'll be right back. Then we watch the video and we discuss about it. One sec. Okay, let's fucking see it. Let's fucking see this. Oh god, this will probably be the this might be wrong for me. Um, so let's see. First thing I'm gonna do is disable this, disable that, then enable. Where is it? Fuck that, and then do this. There we are. Hi. Um, you can now see my screen. That is good. Wait, can you see all my screen? I hope you can. Anyway, here we are, and then let's check sound.
Hi, friends.
Possibly good, maybe a bit more. Wait. One sec. Say that again, please.
Hi, friends.
Ah. Mm. Yeah, no, that's fine. I think I can. I think I can force myself over the person in terms of voice if I have to say something in the moment. So wait.
Hi, friends.
Yeah.
Iberia here, and
Yeah, I think this is okay. And she's got a clear voice, so that helps. And then we can maybe a bit more. Like, wait,
hi, friends.
maybe a bit more. Maybe not. Like here? Wait.
Friends, Iberia here, and
Yeah, maybe that's gonna be alright if I just pump a bit. Like, maybe like here. I don't know. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna risk higher than this. And then I have to figure out my side of things. Wait. Sorry for this. It's just, yeah, don't worry.
hi, friends. Iberia here.
Okay, yeah, this tracks or works, and then I can be posing, and then we can see the 14 unspoken rules in Final Fantasy, which I am so fucking curious right now. What I'm doing wrong and what I'm doing right, according to a VTuber avatar. So let's fucking go for it.
Hi, friends. Iberia here, and today we are talking about the unspoken rules in Final Fantasy XIV. So these are kind of like community expectations.
Are they though? Am I even part of a community when I'm playing Final Fantasy? I don't know. Are we speaking about like the Gunner community? What like she's gonna have to define what community we're talking about and how it formed and why and who is a part of it. You know, am I a part of it? Like who is this for? Anyway, let's go on. So all I'm saying is that this is a very shaky foundation.
That maybe aren't talked about a ton, but you will get to know them as you play the game, and every now and then there are conversations.
But you will get to know them. That's what she means to say. If you mingle with the wrong people, which brings me to my previous point. But if you do mingle with the wrong people, you will find yourself um, drowning in toxic positivity and people telling you what to do and how to be. So there is that.
About them, but anyways, let's just get into it. So the first one is don't loot and scoot. So
What? But you can't loot. What do you mean don't loot and scoot? You can't really loot anything. You just get stuff in your inventory. Wait, what does she mean?
is looting and scooting? This is basically when you are farming something, maybe a mount from an extreme trial, you get the mount and you just dip.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts on that. So, because now I understand what she's saying. And it would be very specific to mount farming. I don't see how you, maybe skins. Yeah, basically skins and mounts, right? And the thing is, um, that's not that bad. Like, just get a thicker skin, I think. Because people, they're not there to make friends necessarily. They're there to get the thing. And once they get the thing, they're excited, and then they are like, okay, fuck this, I'm done. And because of the nature of not personal, like, yeah, actually not personal loot, somebody can be joining a group and they can be like very frustrated, right? So if they're frustrated with maybe the previous group was bad and the farming was inconsistent, and maybe they rolled like 50 billion times and they never fucking got it, and then maybe they were in a group where even though they were rolling a billion times and somebody else pops up and just fucking snatches it, then these people might be burned a little bit on it, which means that you can't really fault them. I'm sorry, you can't really fucking fault them. Now, there's no way to tell if somebody does this like serially, so you just can't fault them in the sense of like you what are you gonna do? Like, be in good faith, right? And just think, give the benefit of doubt. Sorry, and then just be like, okay, maybe the person had quite a few rough moments trying to farm this, and then they finally got it and they're excited and they want to go show it to their fucking boyfriend or girlfriend or something, and stuff like that happens. How are you gonna be like, don't loot and scoot? This is the unspoken rule of Final Fantasy. Who the fuck cares? Go be happy with your new mount. I don't care. I might even be like, fuck you for taking the mount, and then, but I won't even mean it. So I don't mind if that guy just lives like an asshole, but also doesn't mean it. It's fine. It's super fine. It's okay. It happens. What do you mean, don't loot and scoot? No, fuck off. I don't like that. And at the end of the day, like, again, they're not there to make friends, and they shouldn't be forced to make friends. I'm not there to make friends. I go in a dungeon and everyone is like, ooh, woo, hi everyone. This is your Nyan healer. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. Let's just get it done. Like, who the fuck cares? It's not even that I'm role playing a fucking tsundere or something. I'm just like, yeah, just shut your mouth. Like, who the fuck cares, man? Just say hi and move on with your life. Like, legitimately. What the fuck is this shit? Yeah, let's go on.
Is gone by out. And people usually consider this to be really rude because, so here's the thing with mount farming. You start with a party of 8. Presumably, probably everybody there needs the mount, wants the mount. So if somebody leaves right away after they get their mount, that means another person that needs the mount is probably going to join the party, and everyone else who's left, their chances, their RNG is just the same or worse, right?
So she's advocating basically for a workaround here. If you form a group to specifically farm something, right? And then one of you fucking dips after they get it, that's a different circumstance from going into Party Finder and basing on randoms. Listen, girl, if you're basing on randoms, if you're talking about a semi-static kind of guild FC-based kind of farming team, yes, then you're correct. Of course, you're fucking correct. I would find that person on Discord and be like, hey, you fucking suck, and kick them. But if it's like Party Finder, people are dropping in and out to just get them out. Once they get it, they're gonna drop out. What about it? What are you gonna do? That's how it is in every game. Like, what are you saying? What are you on about? Are we talking? That's why I mean. That's what I meant when I said that this lacks context. It lacks a good foundation. She doesn't say, "Oh, we're going to speak about the circumstance of you have a team and you're farming." Like, no. It's like completely random. Here are the rules. Always obey them. There's unspoken rules. Like, no. Just sit down, hussy.
Right, where if the person who got the mount stays around a little bit, then when the mount drops again, there's less competition for it, which is why it's considered so rude.
Like I had, so we were doing M9S, right? And we wanted the accessories there, like our business slot, and people joined. We didn't know them; they didn't know us. They were polite. They were like, "Hi, whatever, like what's up and all that." And we were like, "Yeah, sure, like no problem." And then one of them, I shit you not, one of them, when we were 6 people, I think, if not 7, by the way, from our group. And we were like, hey, somebody's gonna get it. It's 7 versus one person's roles, right? One of us is probably gonna get it. And the guy literally puts on the Bane mask and goes like we appreciate your armory, Mr. Wayne. We will put it to good use. and literally fucking rolls on everything, takes it, and leaves. We fucking hated that. What do you want us to do? Like, be like, oh, that is preposterous. That person, they didn't go by the knightly code of the unspoken rules of Final Fantasy IV. What the fuck are you on about? You just laugh about it. You make a Bane joke like I just did from fucking Dark Knight, and then you move on with your fucking life. Like, what unspoken rule? Listen, you are just not getting it, I think. This rule would only apply in a static environment or semi-static. That's it. That's all.
To loot and scoot. Now, there are some scenarios in which it might seem like you're looting and scooting, but genuinely, you've just got to go. Maybe you can only do 1 or 2 more runs with the group. Just say so. Just be like, hey guys, I've only got 1 or 2 more runs in me. And then if you happen to get lucky and get them out
No, you don't have to do that. Fuck it. You don't owe anybody an explanation.
and leave, they're going to know that you weren't looting and scooting, especially if you'd already been with that group for, a while.
You could, right? You could. If you're feeling rested and you're feeling in a good spirit, you can do that. You can be polite, but it should never be, and this is the difference. That's what I'm saying. I'm not advocating for be an asshole. I'm saying if you're not in the mood for niceties, you shouldn't be like shackled by them.
Right? Similarly, maybe you've been mount farming for like 2 hours already and it's just, you don't want to do it anymore. But you're with a fresh group that you've only done a couple runs with or whatnot, and then you finally get them out and it's like, well, I've been doing this for 2 hours. I don't want to stay any longer. I think that's okay. I think it's okay at that point to be like, hey guys,
You're staying too long on a point that is kind of silly. Let's move on.
kind of see it with Sprouts a lot because I just don't know any better. Next up is a really simple one, but we kind of see it with Sprouts a lot because I just don't know any better. But take the stack marker, the golden arrows, the stack marker.
How is this an unspoken rule? Like, excuse me, like, do you? Nah, this is fucking with my mind. She's trying to fuck with my mind right now. There is no way that she's telling us that people don't know what the stack marker is, but still go into fights that have stack markers. As in late game. As in, how can that happen? How is this an unspoken rule? My guy, do you want to fucking survive? Stack with the rest. You know what it does. You've seen it before. You should have seen it before. You're not a goldfish. You're a human person. You can retain that information. That's a stack marker. That's how it looks. Go to the group. And yet, people fail that. Like in level 90 to 100, they still fail that in fucking dungeons. They fail that. But is it an unspoken rule, a social unspoken rule? No. That's just incompetence. I'm not even gonna listen to this. This is. I am going to listen to it because I'm so fucking curious now. Okay, I will listen to it. Okay, speak to me, oh muse of the VTubes.
Well, one, but we kind of see it with Sprouts a lot because I just don't know any better. But take the stack marker, the golden arrows, the stack marker.
Also, behind this sweet voice, I'm sensing a frustration. I'm sensing. I felt the frustration. Like, listen to this. This is 100%. This is 100%. This has happened many times, but I am going to be a prisoner of my nice ways. But I'm also angry about it. Like, this is it. Like, here, wait. I'll call it out.
Well, one, but we kind of see it with Sprouts a lot because I just don't know any better. But take the stack.
There we go. It's like, but take the stack marker. It's like you can feel that this person has been victimized and terrorized by people. but it's trying to be very nice, and so she's like, no, we've talked about this many times, Bobby. Take the stack marker. Like, it is this. Like, literally is this.
But we kind of see it with Sprouts a lot because I just don't know any better. But take the stack marker, the gold.
Yeah, it is this. This is pent up frustration. Hey, I will give you head pats. It's okay. We've all been there. It's okay. Just head pats. Just don't think about it. It's okay. It's not an unspoken rule. I know it frustrates you. It's just incompetence. It has nothing to do with social expectations. Moving on.
Golden arrows. the stack marker, take that to the boss's hitbox. So the reason you want to take your stack marker to the hitbox is just so that melee players are able to still hit the boss.
Yeah, that uncomfortable giggle there. There is so much hiding behind that. There is so much hiding behind that, and I can see it behind your silly blue eyes. I can see the seething frustration, and I understand it. It's okay.
While everyone is stacked. That simple. And yeah, it's kind of just this thing that people expect you to do. Our next unspoken rule is one for the tanks. It is that people expect you to run in and turn the boss around. Whatever content you're in, you basically just want to run through the boss and turn it the opposite way so that your teammates can run in and already be behind the boss in a safe spot, ready to just DPS. And kind of going along with that, if you are doing...
So that unspoken rule is also trash. And also they're a thing of preference, and also you can view it as a bit of incompetence, but like, why? Fucking adjust, my guys. Like, if the tank goes in and they're feeling like tanking to the west this day, just go on the other side. And most bosses center themselves after like 10 seconds. Like, what's the problem? What are you not gonna hit positionals in your dungeon? Ooh. Or what? Like, I don't know. I will give her 1 point if it's an extreme trial. Normal trial, fuck it, it's whatever. Extreme trial though, or savage, obviously you want to do that thing, but that's again not a social thing. That's how you tank. That's like basics. That should be your go-to. Jump to the boss, walk through. It's turned around. End of story. What do you want to do? It's not social expectations. It's just what it is.
harder content like extremes, savages, etc., usually it's expected to keep the boss pointed north as much as you can.
Yeah. Basically, yes, but also not. Again, it's not an unspoken rule. That's just how you tank, and I'm not fucking sure what to tell you about this. If you hear beeping, that's my that's like my flatmate's air fryer. If it annoys you, suck it, you little bitch. Grow a skin. Because it's Saturday, so I'm not telling my flatmate, hey, wait with cooking. Okay? Anyway, moving on. And sorry for the sound.
Obviously some mechanics that the boss will turn themselves, or you won't be able to have them stay north, but in general, you want to have the boss facing north because that just helps with other mechanics in those fights. Our next unspoken rule is that you should not stand near the tank. If you are standing in front of the boss, you're probably gonna get hit by something.
Huh? Huh? What? Most of the tank busters in this game, the vast majority of tank busters in this game, is not an AoE. Most of the auto attacks of any boss, they're not cleaves. You can stand with a tank just fine. I do it all the time if I'm too bored or if I'm feeling fancy with my healer. For example, as I'm DPSing, like I don't really have positional, so I can stand wherever the fuck I want. You're not the boss of me, lady. There is no expectation for that. What is it gonna do? Stress the tank? Like I don't fucking care. Just it's fine. You're not getting cleaved. There is no AoEs. Just stand where you want.
Because a lot of bosses have cleaves and things that are
No, they don't. They really fucking don't though.
really meant for the tanks alone to eat. So stay away from the tanks and stay away from the front of the boss.
You don't have to. You really don't have to. This is legitimately false information.
You should really be standing behind those arrows that are on the side of the boss's hitbox. Otherwise, you're in trouble.
No, you're not. You're not in trouble at all.
Speaking of where to stand, the next unspoken rule is do not stand in Narnia. That is to say, don't stand super duper far away from...
Yeah. The thing is, so about this, arena design in Final Fantasy usually prevents this. Not too much and not always. Okay, so I just said usually prevents this by being small enough that you will always be included in a heal. However, And again, this is not an unspoken social rule. It's not like I don't know if it should be thrown in here. Maybe she should make a separate video of, hey, let's go over the basics of combat etiquette. That's how I would call it, like combat etiquette, right? I wouldn't even call it incompetence. It's just like you don't know what you're doing. That's fine. Here are some pointers. But in a video called Unspoken Rules in Final Fantasy, I'm expecting a lot more spice and less of this nonsense, because these are just combat related like mechanics and common fucking sense as a gamer to stand within range of shit that's going on, you know? But that's why I said in the beginning, like, what is the basis of this video? Like, what are we examining? What kind of unspoken rules are we examining? Because these aren't even unspoken. Like, if I see somebody studying in Narnia, like to use her words, which are also usually my words, because it's just funny to say you're in Narnia. Anyway, I just tell them right there. It's not unspoken. It is very much verbal. I will be like, hey, dude, can you fucking get back from Narnia and like get healed or something? Like, there's nothing unspoken about this.
The boss. You really want to stand near the boss because it's a lot safer. It might seem counterintuitive, like, oh, the boss is the scary thing, but I have a whole short video about this talking about how it's so much easier to avoid mechanics.
You have a whole video about this. Wait a minute. What?
It might seem counterintuitive, like, oh, the boss is the scary thing, but I have a whole short video about.
People need videos for that shit. You feel the need to make videos for people in Final Fantasy for this shit? That's scary. Girl, that's fucking scary. It should tell you how sad a state PF is in, you know? If this is like something.
About this, talking about how it's so much easier to avoid mechanics when you're close to the boss, and then more importantly, your healers can reach you with their AoE heals, because you're not gonna annoy healers more than if you are just not within range of their AoEs. It's
like, if you find this video useful so far, not gonna say for later because I haven't watched, but if so far you're watching this and you're going, that is good advice, gee, Miss Etheria, thank you for that. Like, if you're doing that unironically right now, up to this point of the video, fucking uninstall the game. I'm kidding. Don't uninstall the game. But, like, what are you doing? No, seriously, what the fuck are you doing? What's going on in your head, huh? Is it your first game? That's the only excuse. Not your first MMO, like your first game. Is it your first game? If so, then okay, welcome to gaming, buddy. But if not, then how are you like this? Moving on.
It's really frustrating because then they have to spend resources on you when they could be using those resources for everyone. The next one is for healers, and it is that healers should heal their co-healer when their co-healer gets up from being dead, especially if that
How is that an unspoken rule? Of course you're healing everyone, like including your other healer. Like, for you to need this fucking video to tell you this, it means you've never played a healer and never died as one as a result. So then you don't know that when you wake up as a healer after you die, you don't really have many resources. So of course the other healer should fucking heal you, like, and you should heal the other healer. Like, how is this? Fine, moving on.
Healer is a shield healer, especially Scholar. So what sucks about Scholar is that they have both these charges and then they also have their fairy. And whenever they die, so does the fairy, and they have to summon the fairy again. And a lot of their better skills are connected to that fairy. And so what happens for scholars a lot of the time when they get up is if they don't have charges and obviously they don't have their fairy, they have to slow cast a heal on themselves, which actually makes them vulnerable because the moment that you press any skill, sprint...
Sorry for the beeping again. The lore is that this is an air fryer, okay? And that I'm not gonna prevent my flatmate from cooking because it's Saturday. and it's whatever.
heal, any type of skill that you have, your immunity, your 5-second invincibility, poof, gone the moment you press a skill. So that puts them at risk for getting hit by AoEs or other hits. This is also a problem for Sage to some degree.
Yeah, Sage is prone to it quite a lot. I don't know about White Mage though, or Astro. I know Scholar and Sage have it kind of worse. That's true.
They don't have to worry about the fairy stuff, but they do have charges that they use for their best heals called Adder's Gall. And sometimes they might get up and they might have absolutely no Adder's Gall. They might not have the skill to give them a charge. So it's really helpful if you just
Yawn. We get the point. Let's go.
give them a heal. And even if the healer is a pure
That sounded so fucking condescending. I'm sorry.
healer, it's the same deal. Like, if they're a white mage, they might not have any lilies available. Maybe their benediction is on cooldown. You never really know. Maybe Tetra's on cooldown. It's just nice.
Maybe they're just useless as well. That's also something you have to understand. Maybe they are the ones that watch this video and go like, "Oh, this is very useful. I never thought about any of this." So apparently, people exist like that, and I'm impressed. Moving on.
Nice if you can hand them a heal. The next unspoken rule is one that I kind of just said in my previous one, which is that when you get up from death, you have this little buff called Transcendent, which makes you invincible for 5 seconds. And within these 5 seconds, you really don't want to press any skills until you have seen that the healer has healed you. Give the healer a chance to heal you within those 5 seconds, because if you press a skill, you're going to lose your invincibility and a raid.
So this is something I see a lot of people do, and that's fine. That's good advice. This one is the only first thing that I'm like, not a lot of people actually have the sense to do that. So fine, okay, it is not as weird as the other tips, but is it really an unspoken rule? What if it's safe to fucking do it? Like, it, I'm confused because I was thinking this is going to be about player-to-player interactions, but it seems to be just mechanics.
Wide might go out and just kill you again. So if you're ever frustrated because you get up and then immediately die again, you know, it might be because you press a skill before you're fully healed. And yeah, this next unspoken rule is also for tanks once again, specifically for co-tanks. When you're co-tanking, try to help the main tank out with mitigation. And what I mean by that is a lot of
How are people not know this? How why do you assume that people don't know this? And if you assume it, is it real? Yes, it is actually. Fuck. My god, I'm fucking desperate. Like, I'm frustrated. Why do these have to be said in a video? Not only that, but like, I'm still so confused. Like, where are the spicy rules? Come on, hit me with something I can gossip about. Come on.
co-tanks have some skills that they can use on other players. For warrior, they have something like, I call it national flash, but it's nation flash. Gunbreaker.
What?
I mean by that is a lot of co-tanks have some skills that they can use on other players. For warrior, they have something like, I call it national flash.
That was that was like nah, bro. Just listen. Whatever stand-up comedian career you might have hoped to have, I think you just maybe like not kind of make any jokes. I think I don't know. Uh, okay, all right, moving on. That was difficult, but we got through it. That was difficult. You know what, Etheria, I'm gonna give you this. Um, that was a challenge to hear. Now, moving on.
But it's nation flash. Gunbreaker has Aurora, stuff like that you can give to the other tank to help them mitigate tank busters. Similarly, you guys should take turns using Reprisal. I said the best way to annoy healers was by standing in Narnia, but there's actually another great way to annoy them, and that is by not standing in their bubble. All of the healers except for Sage have a bubble that have healing and or mitigation properties. It literally looks like a large shiny dome. Does not matter what job it is, it's just a large shiny dome. Get in there. Get in there. That's an
I want you to consider the fact that these things that are common sense completely and should be, unless you are completely useless, they like she she considers it a necessity to make a video about them at this point, which means that she has been uh she's been having it rough with people in this game, and that's that's what I'm telling you as well. Like, holy shit, how are people so fucking dumb in MMOs lately? Like,
unspoken rule: you should stand in there because it helps you and it helps the healer and it helps everyone. Another unspoken rule of this game is that sprouts are precious. They should be treated accordingly, which
they are what? Excuse me?
because it helps you and it helps the healer and it helps everyone. Another unspoken rule of this game is that sprouts are precious.
They are harassers from Planet Side 2? Like, what are you saying, lady? Wait.
Rule: you should stand in
I'm
there
just gonna.
because it helps you and it helps the healer and it helps everyone. Another unspoken rule of this game is that sprouts are precious.
Oh, precious. No, they're not. Fuck them. Fuck everything about them. Kill them. Send them. Send them in a sub as day one. Legit, tell them to wall. Legitimately. Listen, there is nothing better to do to a sprout for them and for your group than to show them what they can do if they have a good group, so that they too can then in turn understand what the problem is within a bad group they might be part of when what they're trying to do doesn't work and backfires. So I'll give you an example of this, then I'm gonna let her talk and laugh at her because this is just dog shit and there is no rule about it, and fuck this. I go into a dungeon, I see a sprout tank, and the sprout tank may have anxiety, they may have a lot of things going on, whatever. Nobody fucking cares. The first thing I say is like, hey, pull as much as you can. Don't care about a thing. Let go. Let go of the doubt in your mind and just fucking unleash. Just go, my guy. I got you. You will be surprised because non-sprouts are very resistant to that. They are so passively aggressively resistant to that, they would rather ruin the run and kill you on purpose, against the toss, by the way. But they'll still do it, and they'll still call you toxic. And this happens at least twice a week at this point to me. Maybe I should demonstrate at one point, because it's very easy. I don't know. It's like, to me, it's like every second run I do has a non-sprout, a very passive aggressive, very toxic person who is just extremely entitled and engages in lethargic gameplay, which is against the toss, by which we mean not performing even adequately on purpose because they don't want to push themselves, when the result is just they just pick up 3 monsters, they never sprint, they kill these monsters in a corner, then they go around the corner, they pick another monster, they start screaming like fucking demonic infants the moment that you actually try to pull, because you're fucking dying inside. You're literally fucking, your brain is disengaging. You're getting fucking critical errors like fucking Pacific Rim. Everything on your screens is going like burp, burp, like literally shutting down, like organs are giving up. And the guy's going like, You donkey pool! You donkey pool! Shut up, you fucking mutated parrot! Play the fucking game! Jesus fucking Christ! So the point was, whenever I see a sprout, I tell them this. I tell them, hey, fucking run, Forest. Run! Like, everything. I'll fucking whip you. Run! And you know what? They do. And when they do and they pull it off, you can see it. They love it. They feel good. They're like, damn, I can do that. Like, I can do that. That feels good. That's good, you know? And maybe some of them might feel a bit stressed, but in the end, when they do it, and I know this because I've been on voice with many, right? And it's usually this. It's like, oh no, I don't know if I. And I'm like, no, 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 no. Listen, just go. I got you. Just fucking go. Your healer's got you. Doesn't even have to be me. If the healer is good, they got you. You're never gonna fucking die. It's impossible. It's fucking impossible. Cycle your cooldowns 2 at a time. You're fine. That's it. And they go in and then you heal them. And then they're like, whoa, mind blown, you know? And the next time when they go into a bad group with a bad healer, they try that and they die. And then they can then rest assured that it was not them. Which you know what that does? You want to know what that does? You fucking backwards ass YouTuber? I'll tell you what it does. It reduces their anxiety. They know it's not their fault. They know they can do it with a good healer. And that's all there is to it. So why are you... Push your sprouts. Teach them. Push your fucking sprouts, man. It's okay. It's fine. They haven't yet been enveloped by the toxic positivity community. They're just there. They're aware that they suck and they're ready to fucking die. Don't treasure that. Push it. And then they'll be fine. Legitimately. It's not hazing. It's not gatekeeping. It's not sadistic. It's not that I'm an asshole. It's that it makes them feel good and it gets them very quickly out of a mindset they might develop, which is extremely fucking negative. Okay? And it's fun to do, by the way. So, yeah. But also make sure that you know what you're doing as a healer if you do that, because then, you know, then you'll be an asshole. If you tell them to wall when you yourself cannot keep them alive as a healer. Or as a DPS, you can't kill stuff, you know, fast enough for this to work. And if you're not killing, you know, ads fast enough, that means that somebody in your first few days of Final Fantasy has been coddling you, you fucker. Like this person suggests that you do. So don't fucking do that. But I'm gonna let her finish. But I'm already convinced that she's going to say some really bullshit ideas. So let's hear it.
They should be treated accordingly, which means that you should be kind, understanding of mistakes, and helpful. But I think most people are this way. I think sprouts get treated really, really well in this game. People love seeing new players, they love seeing them enjoy the game, they want them to enjoy the game. And I think a lot of us just want them to have as good of an experience as we did when we were.
No, no, be polite, but also push. You have to be firm. Honestly, it's like, you know, how you would treat your little sub, you know? Be firm, but be nice. But also be fucking firm. Like, yeah, you're gonna wall to wall. That's what's happening. You're in a dungeon. This is what we're doing. That's the fun of it. We're not here for a fucking, you know, for a stroll. We're not here for a walking simulator. Just fucking go. Let's go. Let's play the game.
New. The next unspoken rule is not to just disband good parties just because you're done playing. So, I feel like when you're farming things, whether it's like farming mounts or just farming, like I remember farming chaotic, sometimes this would happen, but it's really, really frustrating when you have a really good group and instead of the leader, if they're just done playing, they don't want to play anymore, that's fine. Instead of just disbanding the whole group, leave and give somebody else lead so they can just get one new player, because then you lose this whole group of really good players that's been doing really well and you have to start completely from scratch, and it's just genuinely so frustrating. So I do think it's an unspoken rule that you just leave on your own and pass lead. I am always surprised, to be honest, when I see people just disband the whole party.
I've never seen that happen. I'm telling you right now, I've never seen this happen. Ever, ever. I think this is the first and only thing that she's said that qualifies as an unspoken rule. It's never been talked about. I've never seen anyone talking about it, except for her right now. People don't disband. They just leave. They never disband. I've never seen this. Nobody fucking disbands. They just leave. I've never seen this. This might be just made up at this point.
Just because they're done, it's genuinely kind of weird. I don't get it, but I do think it is to some degree an expectation that you don't disband, you just leave and let other people continue the party if they want to. Okay, so this next one is like a really big expectation slash unspoken rule, but it does trip people up sometimes, like usually new players who aren't used to.
Holy shit, don't do this to me. Don't, like, first of all, let me just do this because I can't take this quality. I want this quality. Okay. I'm ready for it. If she says it, I'm going to fucking vomit. I'm gonna projectile vomit. Bye bye screen. Please don't say what I think you're about to say, please.
To this, or maybe are still getting used to the game and just learning how to play. But it's that, especially in Shadowbringers, dungeons, and onwards, tanks are expected to pull wall to wall. So wall to wall is usually 2 pulls before each boss. So it's like big groups of mobs where you take half and then you take
Please be very careful what you're about to say.
the other half before the boss. And yeah, this is an expectation. I'm just going to be honest with you. Anyone who's playing like their max level, they've been playing the game not even that long. I feel like you don't even have to play that long, but it's just how it is. This is just how we do things. And if you're new and you need to take it slow, that's totally okay. Just tell the group.
Huge relief. Huge relief. Okay. Oh my god. I thought she was gonna go for the opposite. And I have things to say. Oh my god. Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god, thank you for not saying the opposite. Holy shit, I was so ready she was gonna say the opposite. I was gonna lose my fucking shit.
I'm new, I'm still learning, still figuring out what to do. But I would also encourage you to just try it, right? Like the worst thing that's
Yes. Fucking try, fucking do it. Fucking please, yes. Yeah.
going to happen is that you're going to die.
Yeah, exactly.
And then decide to take it slower after that. But that is definitely the unspoken rule, is that in any dungeon that allows for it, you wall to wall. Another unspoken.
Okay. So what she just said, right? I'm gonna tell you something about this. When I tell people that my experiences with Party Finder are absolutely horrible, because I get those entitled, slow walking, slow ass, not wall to wall pulling people. People don't fucking believe me, right? So it might just be my bad RNG, but it's so fucking consistent. But I understand. It's like sometimes one person gets bad groups all the time and another one doesn't, and then they talk, and it's like, how? I've never seen this happen. And it's the same with a party disband, right? So jokes aside, I am giving the benefit of the doubt that it happens a lot, but maybe I have like extremely good RNG with it, and I've never been in a single group that disbanded instead of like a person leaving, if they were the leader or anything else. Nobody disbands; they always leave. Uh, but yeah, benefit of the doubt, because again, when I say to people, "Hey, Party Finder is absolutely fucking horrible and unbearable," they're like, "Why?" And I'm like, "Because tanks are so fucking entitled and passive aggressive, and they let me die on purpose, and they switch off tank stands to punish me for pulling like yeah." And they're like, "Well, how does this happen? I've never seen it." So, but it does happen. So I think it's personal. I think it's like your RNG with people, right? That you get. Mine is fucking garbage. It's fucking garbage. And that's why I was so fucking intense for a moment there, because I was thinking she's gonna say, "Oh, you should like not wall to wall. But yeah, it's when I get back to back for days on end, groups where as a healer, as a DPS, I dare walk 1 pixel in front of the tank. My God, they go nuclear. They go fucking ballistic. They lose their shit. They turn off their stance. They start calling me toxic. They start like, my God, there is, my God. Anyway, yeah. So thanks for Jesus Christ. Yes, you have soothed me, VTuber. You have soothed me. Thank you.
Spoken rule is that it's okay, even expected, to go into a normal mode fight without knowing the fight first, having watched a video guide or any sort of guide at all. Now, this is not true for Extreme Trials, Savage, Ultimate Criterion, anything with, a higher difficulty level. People do expect you usually to watch a guide. But for all other content in the game,
Let's address the what's a guide thingy. All right. So for a very long time, I've been a supporter of the theory that if you go into a fight, you should at least watch a video once, right? And in theory, this is correct. You should. In theory. In practice, my God, it is such a nuanced subject. Watching a guide before you go into the fight can create immense pressure. It can short circuit your active memory and and the memory you can have, like in general, like how well you remember things. It can, I don't know, it can fuck you up. This is how I'm gonna sum it up. It can fuck you up. It's it's uh, it's a fact if you do, fuck if you don't, uh, kind of thing. If you don't watch anything, you might learn better. You might go in with a fresh perspective and feel like you are working towards building the knowledge. This is really how you learn. That really is how you learn. That's one theory. But then another theory says if you go in without being even a little bit clued about what's going to happen, you will likely encounter something, and usually early on, which is designed to specifically test your memory in this game, and it will specifically kill you if you don't know what to do. And knowing what to do in this game, again, specifically, isn't communicated clearly on purpose. Mechanics in Final Fantasy are obfuscated on purpose. They are complex, multi layered, and have variations on purpose. And they happen fast on purpose because that's the skill check of the game. It's not your reflexes, it's not your adaptability, it's not thriving in chaos, it's not interacting with the boss. It's nothing. You're not even fighting the boss, you're fighting the ground. You're fighting the elements of the arena that the boss creates. That's who you're fighting. The boss is there to keep your muscle memory occupied. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oops, enough resources. Resource spender. Oops, my global cooldown, my off global cooldown. Let me use that now. Muscle memory. That's what you're doing on a physical manifestation of the arena, which is the boss. You're not fighting the boss. You can't interact with it. It might as well be a wall. You can't do anything. You can't stun it. You can't do anything to it. There is no interaction. You cannot knock it back. You know, there's nothing you can do. Final Fantasy Combat is a rhythm game. That's what a lot of people aren't getting. However, here's the thing. Rhythm games, they don't really require memory. You can play DDR, and all you have to do is watch what lights up and do the according thing, right? That's where it differs with Final Fantasy because now, when something lights up, you don't have to move your body fast enough. You just have to conjure in your mind, in your like conscious mind, something that you know about the fight and apply it in the moment. Dig out the correct combination of shit based on the information that you're given and shit out an answer and go and stand at the right spot. It's not a matter of reflexes. It's more like mental reflexes. Like, can you recall information fast and then process it fast enough in the moment that you'll be like, oh, this is variant A, this is variant B, this is, you know, spreads or stacks, for your light groups or whatever. Like, how fast can you do that? That's literally the check. That's it. And of course, memory. Like, do you retain everything? If you do, and then you're also fast at selecting the appropriate response, then that's it. So in that sense, it's not exactly a rhythm game, right? Not exactly, because yeah, you're not gonna win DDR by remembering equations. You're gonna win DDR by reflex and agility, right? Like reaction speed and all that. Uh, so you can't call it a rhythm game. It is one, but like, to keep up with the rhythm, to keep up your pace, you don't have to have, like, stamina or this or that, or compensate with it with creativity, as in touch it with your hand or touch it with your foot. I'm talking about. I'm not talking. Okay, never mind. Um, but then it's with your mind, and it's a very specific skill. And what I'm trying to get at with this is that that's why, even though normally I would say don't look up guides and try to learn, the game does a fucking horrible job at allowing you to do that. It doesn't teach you. The fight doesn't teach you. You have to watch a guide to be at least a little bit prepared for those small things that are designed specifically to be like a knowledge check, you know? And then you're going to tell me, okay, but how did the first guys that did it do it? Okay, so going back, fights weren't that complicated. People who were doing the fights blind back then and continue to do them have developed their skill sets immensely when it comes to how they do this game. If you want to do that, may I just suggest you start from the start, so that you start fighting extremes and normal fights and savages of like years ago, and start discerning slowly patterns. And then what happens is, if you then go back to the present, right, and start doing fights now, you will now start recognizing certain things a lot faster. You'll be like, oh, this is literally the same mechanic as from that fight from 50 years ago that did this thing. Like, you start like piecing it together. But if you're starting now and you're like, okay, let me just go in with my friends. I just caught up with my friends and I've never played this game, and I'm gonna go in. All right. If you're like me, you will not be able to do it. You will need to watch a guide. So that's why it's expected. Because, believe it or not, um, most players are around my level, which is not very high level for Final Fantasy. Uh, but that's not the point. The point is, they're at my level, which means they can't really retain everything. They can't really discern patterns. They haven't been there from the start. They haven't like this, that, blah, blah, blah. So you need to. But then always keep in mind that watching a guide will somewhat pressure you, and then you also have to contest with the feeling of, but I watched the guide, I should be able to do this. And then you're self-blaming and all that shit. But what you're not realizing is that, like, maybe you have difficulty with the type of skill checks that this game requires. And I'm hard pressed to say skill checks when in reality is a skill check. It's just one of my major complaints of the game, because you can't compensate with any other skill that you might have. It is just fucking that. Can you retain the whole guide in your head? If you're going by guides, by the way. Can you retain the whole guide? If so, can you in the moment process which part of the guide is going on right now, is about to happen, and in what form, if it has variations? That's it. That's the only skill this game has. There is some like fringe element of optimization, but for me it doesn't qualify. For me, as a person who likes fights that test a lot of your skills, and if you're lacking in one, you can compensate with two or three others, to be fair. That's the kind of fight that like I like. But anyway, that's not the point. You get the point. Guides watching a TLDR, watching a guide can be good, depending. Preferably you wouldn't want to. Preferably by now, especially like, or in theory at least, by now you should be recognizing most patterns. If you can't, it's probably because you don't have enough prior experience going blind into simpler fights. I know it's fucking chore to do. I know it's like this and that. I'm not doing it. That's why I watch guides. But normally that's what you want to do. Uh, and yeah, and watching guides can pressure you. Yeah, for sure. It can stress you. It can create this atmosphere of, you know, did I watch it enough? And then you're like, oh, I'm in Party Finder. I did watch a guide. But will I remember it the moment that it launches, like the fight launches or starts, rather? And then you're you're second guessing yourself and you're doubting. And what you end up doing is like you're watching the guide literally every second you spend on Party Finder waiting for your last member to fill up. You're watching and you're watching and you're watching and you're watching, and you just can't fucking retain it, and you're stressing and you're sweating, and then you go in and you fuck up and people call you out and the group falls apart, and it creates such a shit experience. But also the alternative is not viable because you cannot be expected to go in a modern fight, right? And then be okay. Even then it depends on like, does the vibe does the fight vibe with you or click with you? Do the mechanics make sense in this particular fight? So there's also that, but for simplicity's sake, I'm just trying to keep it a little bit surface level. And yeah, there are groups that are like, we don't care, we take it from the start blind, even though we haven't spent much time raiding before this. But we are still going to go in and we are still going to figure our positions and our this and whatever in the fight. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But the reason I avoid that is because that would be like learning the game on extreme difficulty, on fucking nightmare difficulty from day one. Like, that's why I advocate for guides. Otherwise, in normal circumstances, I would say just don't. Just don't. Just go and do it with your friends. And like beforehand, just agree there's going to be a billion wipes because, we need to understand some mechanics, you know? But yeah, in modern Final Fantasy right now, that gets exponentially more difficult because the developers are trying to challenge existing veterans, and in trying to do so, they're making the fights more and more complicated to the point where you can't just hope to go in blind and avoid like getting fucking destroyed by something that you cannot even understand, and you're like, why didn't I see it? Well, because it's made to be obfuscated, because otherwise veterans will see it immediately and be like, okay, this is stack. Okay, this is spread. Okay, this means we have to stack. Okay, this means healers together. So on purpose, they're just keeping it like, you know, not easy to understand and confusing. Whereas people who make the guides, they go like, oh, look, this is a stack mechanic. We've seen it a billion times. Um, but it has also a beam. Yeah, but we've seen that a billion times. Okay, but the beam has also colors. Okay, we've seen that a million times. Let's get hit by the opposite one. Okay, but the colors also alternate based on a time or a boss. And these guys go like, okay, we've seen that too. And then Yoshi P goes like, the developers go like, if they've seen that too, the next time we do it, we should also add a delay to that mechanic, during which another mechanic happens, which requires them to do the opposite of what they're trying to do. You see how this goes? And you see why it is like such a fucking dead end design, because it keeps catering to the same people who just fucking destroy it and then move on. And the people who are trying to catch up or to learn, they have no hope. They have to go back all the way to fucking prehistorical fights of Final Fantasy and learn these designs one by one and understand everything and then catch up and then eventually be able to do things blind, which will allow them to bypass the need to watch a guide, which stresses people. I hate this game's combat design and design philosophy when it comes to encounters. I fucking hate it. Moving on.
It is pretty much acceptable and or expected that you go into it blind. And the reason I really wanted to bring this one up is because I feel like there are a lot of people who
Okay, so what is the final thing that I would say then? After having said everything that I just said, what would I say? Were you there from the start? Don't watch a guide. You can do it blind. It's more enjoyable, less stress, you will learn it better. And then you will have the knowledge for the next fight. Did you start now? Are you feeling a little bit of stress? It's your first savage. You don't want to fuck up, but you don't know what you're doing, and these mechanics look like they're wiping you, and you don't understand why. You just can't tell. To your best knowledge, you shouldn't be dying, and yet you're getting obliterated. Your reflexes don't matter. Your creativity doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do. You can't stand, break, lock, or change anything. The fight is static, and so you keep going and you keep getting wiped. Should you watch a guide? Yes. Absolutely. It's not you. It's not you. There's nothing wrong with you. It's not you. Just watch a guide. Because or go back and become the guy who has played everything in a chronological order of release and has experienced a billion variations of a billion mechanics and can now see them immediately, see through what the developers are doing to obfuscate it and understand it immediately and go like, okay, that's what we're doing. And whenever I see somebody do that, like for example, Neris, right? Neris can do that. Neris sees mechanics like to me, it is amazing. Don't understand like how he does it. I mean, I know how he does it, but wow, it's impressive. For me to do that, I would have to invest like a ridiculous amount of time clearing previous content. Whereas, and then we go in a fight, and I see Neris, and he sees a mechanic, and he goes like, "Oh, that's a stack." I'm like, "How did you know? What was the tell?" And then he tells me like something like, "Oh, the boss's leg was pulsing red and then blue, while his cock was throbbing. This means that." And I'm like, "What? But where? Like, how do you learn this?" And he always responds with, "Well, I've seen it before. Like this, I've seen these mechanics in in a simpler individual form, as being the main mechanics of a much older fight." And that's how I know. And it always fucking amazes me. Like it's like, whoa, anime protagonist vibes. Um, my mind is just not even built for this shit. By the way, like this is not. How can I say this is not like. I don't get engaged, thereby motivated by the reward that it gives me. I don't. I feel a lot more relief than reward when I finish a fight. I feel pressured during the fight. I still do it because my friends are there and I'm having fun. I can separate the two, you know? Just like some people can separate in character from out of character, which I can't. I can separate I hate the game with I'm having fun with my friends. I can separate those. Whenever I raid, I'm like, I'm having fun with my friends. That's okay. I don't care what happens. Sooner or later, I'll learn it. I'll do the thing I need to do. I'll hit the wall that I can't go over, and then I'll wipe a few times on that wall, maybe a lot of times on that wall, and then I'll watch that part of the guide like a 50 billion times because my memory fucking sucks, and then I'll get over it, and then the fight will be done, and I will feel relief, and I will still have had fun because of my friends, not because the game can still be fun or anything. I really don't like it. I don't like Final Fantasy's combat. I don't like its design philosophy. I don't like what they're doing with catering to veterans of Savages and Ultimates. I just don't. I'm sorry. I understand why they do it. I just don't agree at all. I don't find it enjoyable. But the friends part, I'll do that. I mean, they're sticking to it, so I'm sticking to it, you know? And they also come over to Guild Wars and they have fun there with me. So the least I can do is come over to Final Fantasy and have fun with them, you know? So, yeah. Anyway, whatever. Let's go on.
Who feel almost as if they're a burden because they're new to the fight. And even some friends that I have will wait for
Okay, can we talk about your mononostril? Can we talk about your mononostril a bit? Like, I feel we should. I just noticed it now, like a minute ago as I was talking, and I've been looking at it, and I'm like, are you a Tau from 40K? Are you a hybrid? I don't know. But that is strange. Maybe have a look at the avatar. This should not be, that is not part of the human anatomy. That's like, listen, the, my God. No, I don't want to talk about it anymore, but this is strange. Don't get me wrong, this is a cute avatar, but this is, what is this? Is one nostril not rendering or? Yeah, I don't know, but whatever. And what was I gonna say? Yeah, no, I forgot what I was gonna say. Let's move on.
there to be guides before they'll go into normal modes. And personally, I think it's such a shame.
Can you unsee it? Because I can't unsee it. Can you unsee it? I'll try to unsee it.
Obviously, do whatever you are most comfortable with, but for me, I think that the fights are the most fun the first time you ever do them and you don't know what the mechanics are. You're puzzling them out.
Okay, so the reason why it's fun for her, I would say, this is an assumption. I don't know her. Okay. But my assumption would be, and because she has frustrations that seem to match raider mentality, they seem to match end game player mentality. So I would say it's possible this person does raid. It's possible this person has done so for a while. Therefore, it's also possible that they have a certain level of what I described with Neris earlier. They can recognize mechanics. It is fun for them to see the next way that their favorite developer obfuscated and hid away a mechanic under names, cast bars, and animations, and effects, and whatever. And what mechanics are, shoved in there as extras. And she has fun puzzling this out. However, you must understand, not everyone is going to have fun puzzling that out without a guide.
And the group might actually wipe a couple times. That's exciting to me. That's fun.
This is also a trap there. And the group might also wipe a couple of times. Reality check, lady. A group will wipe probably 100 times. You still won't clear. Then maybe you start learning. It's not a couple of times. I have never seen this. Maybe again, RNG, personal RNG with groups. I haven't seen this. I went into M9S. I watched the guide. We did M9S. We cleared it on second or third try. That was completely fresh. We hadn't seen the fight before. I watched the guide. Neris watched the guide. Uh, Other people in the group watched the guide. So you would think, so this is right. Couple of wipes, you get the clear. No, 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 no. In these hours, right? In these hours we put into M9S, 90% of it was wiping. So it was not a couple of times. And realistically, it will not be. So she's completely downplaying it, which makes me think either she's an amazing player surrounded by amazing players, and they clear fights blind with just 2 wipes on the record each fight, and they do week 1 or day 1 even, which completely invalidates a lot of what they say because they're coming from a very high level perspective, or she's literally just talking out of her ass because of her love of the game. You know, which talking out of her ass would include actually raiding, but also not being top tier or anything, just very regular. And she just wants to be positive about it or had a positive experience recently and is charged with positivity and therefore just goes, oh, yeah, you can wipe a couple of times, but no, in reality, you just sit there 3 hours, of which 90% of it is going to be wiping. And you might have to do that 2, 3, or 4 times. That's the reality of it. And that is with a group where we had 2 people who are excellent at the game, honestly. Shout out to Bran and Kaori. Neris, who is extremely good at the game, right? And then Kasumi, who is also good. And then me, who I'm also good. That's just good. We're good, we're adequate, like a bit more than average, we're good. You know. Uh, that is like oh, and half the group had previous clears. And we still took fucking a whole fucking 3 or whatever hours, and the majority of that was fucking wiping repeatedly. So I don't understand where she's coming from because again, either she's got the most perfect group and she's an amazing player, which might be the case. I don't fucking know. Maybe that's the case for her. I don't fucking know. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not judging, right? Or she's full of shit. You pick and go on with that.
To me, and if I watched a guide beforehand, that would take away so much of the fun. And I think so many people feel the same way as I do. And it's really not a big deal because the fights just aren't that hard. Like you might wipe.
No, the fights are absolutely hard. This is what is this? Humble bragging? Flexing? What is this? First of all, you can't say whether they're hard or not because somebody going in, right? What is their experience? How much do they vibe with combat design? What's their memory like? What's their personal skill? What is their muscle memory with rotation? Do they find a good group? How can you just say, "Oh, I went in and it was easy"? Oh, then or say, "I went in and it was hard." You can't say what is hard. What is even hard? Like, please define hard for me. Can you define hard for me? What's hard? Seriously, other than so, yeah, just define what is hard. You know, what do you mean? I mean, yeah, it's not that hard. You go in, die a couple of times. What are you, some kind of like speedrunner? What's going on? Which you might be again. Like I don't fucking know. But if it is, then maybe change your perspective a bit and try to see it from the eyes of your audience, which seems to be an audience of complete incompetence if you feel like this kind of content is good for your channel. Content in which you're describing concepts such as you can wall to wall, or, for example, don't be out of the range of healing. You see my point? So I think this is like literally just right now. This thing is literally collapsing into itself. This piece of content right here with this content creator is just collapsing in itself. Like it is going places, and I'm just I don't know what the message is here or what the takeaway is here. I'm not sure.
Once, maybe twice if they really try to challenge us with a new fight. But overall, it's like not going to take that long to clear.
Yeah, no, this is posturing. I'm sorry. If this can, I don't know the player. Okay, I'm not gonna look them up. I am itching to look them up. But the problem isn't disproving their skill. The problem is if you're coming from that perspective, you need a wake up call when you're making this type of content and making these statements. You need a fucking wake up call, lady. Um, so either I'm completely useless, so it's singular to me, individual to me, which I'm not. I know that for a fact. I'm not great, but I'm good enough for sure. So that's not it. Or she's like super skilled, which again, what the fuck? Your perspective then is appealing to just 1% of the community, and your opinions are heavily biased and completely skewed, or she's literally just shit and doesn't know what she's saying, uh, while also being probably at my level, and that's it. You know, which that would be included in talking shit, like literally just bullshitting. Like, oh yeah, I just do it like I casually go blind in a savage, and then in a current tier, and then yeah, just clear it after 2 times. Like that's it. What? So that's why I'm getting triggered here, because I would like more context about her so that I can actually gauge what she's saying based on her context, so that I can actually make a good assessment of whether or not I agree with her or not. Because like this is weird, and also this much posturing is kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. This level of humble brag is fucking insane. I don't care. Like, oh, you're just mad because you're not as skilled as her. Yeah, I'm not. I don't have to be, but I can call I can call a banana when I see it. I'm sorry. I can call bullshit on certain things for sure, and I can call out, humble bragging if I say it, and flexing on that level. Um, and again, like the whole matter of it's actually easy or this is so hard. It really depends on what the person finds hard, what's hard for them, for their skill set, for their mind. You can't just go out and say, yeah, just give it a couple of tries. Just watch a guide once, go in the fight, give it a couple of tries, then you'll be okay. You're literally terrorizing. This behavior is literally terrorizing aspiring new raiders, because they will fucking wipe, not once or twice, and they will feel bad if they say this, for example. It doesn't accomplish anything else. It terrorizes new players more than what I'm doing, which is to be not nice to them and be like, not nice, but like not coddle them, you know? And I'm like, yeah, you will eat shit. We will die. We will wipe a billion times, but we'll still do it, you know? Or I'm telling them, wall to wall, please, fucking noob. You can do it. I got you. Like that is less terrorizing than what she's doing right now. I would debate you on that.
clear, probably. So, yeah, it's expected, maybe even encouraged for people to just go in blind and just try to learn the mechanics on their own and just have fun.
No, it is not, unless you start from the start. That's the thing. In which case, good luck, have fun, eat shit, see you in 10 years.
And finally, the last unspoken rule that we're going to talk about is actually a little spicy. And it's the idea that you should, for the most part, be following the tank in dungeons. Now, you can run ahead if you want to, but I would say you probably shouldn't aggro the mobs. And this is where
And this completely destroys her good image in my eyes that was built by her advice that wall to wall should be done. Listen, you are allowed to play to the best of your ability using the whole toolkit that the developers are giving you. You should do that, or you will start steering into lethargic gameplay. Doing only single target, not sprinting, all of that stuff is lethargic gameplay. It's against the toss. If you run ahead, that means the tank allowed you to do that. That's on them, not on you. If you use mobility and shit, tough luck, it's in your kit. Tanks have mobility, they can use it too. They should be faster, you know? If they're not faster, that's fine. Grab the monsters, take them back, or pop your self defense, like mitigations, bloodbath, second wind. If you're a healer, reserve some healing for yourself. Do it that way. It's easy. You got more than enough resources. You're barely ever actively healing. It can be done. It should be done. Okay? You don't owe the tank anything. The tank is not a group leader. They are a role, just like DPS, just like healer. If you die because you're silly, that's on you. And that is fine. That is fine. Okay? There's nothing wrong with it. Better to die and learn and then do it better next time than be like, okay, I am going to mentally stop myself from ever sprinting unless the tank is sprinting. I'm mentally going to stop myself from attacking enemies unless the tank touches them first. All this is dog shit. It is dog shit. And I don't understand how a player who just said in the same sentence that, like, literally directly implied that they are so good that they go in a fresh fight blind, they clear it like Savage, right? They clear it after 2 pulls, like 2 wipes, 2, 3 wipes. My guy, and I'm using this unisex right here, my guy, Brewski, you can't fucking have your pie and eat it, you know? You can't. Decide what you're on about. You can't be such a fucking awesome raider that you're, purporting to be, but then also tell me about an unwritten rule that I should not walk in front of the tank. So I'm calling bullshit on the whole thing here. And again, I'm not gonna check here. I'm itching to do it again. I'm really itching. I'm not gonna check here because that is not the point. I don't have any adversity towards here, or I don't really care. But I just, again, I like to call bullshit out and challenge what is being said. Something that I expect other people to do for me, for example. And I often say it on stream, like, please challenge me. If I speak out of order, fucking tell me. If I'm not talking, I don't know what I'm talking about. Please tell me. And I always say my opinions might change. I might speak some bullshit, and then like 2 streams afterwards, I might contradict it with something new that I learned and I now believe. That's being human. And that's why I'm thinking now I'm not adversarial towards her, but holy shit, she's full of shit right now. And I can't decide what she is or what her background is. And I don't want to check to see her background. Because again, that's not the point. The point is, it sounds like bullshit. I don't know. Maybe she's genuine. But if she's genuine, then her opinions are shit. I'm sorry. Her advice sucks. And especially this, to bring it back. This advice specifically fucking sucks. And as a healer, you can expect me to be in front of the tank if I can. And then you can expect me to bring them the mobs or to survive long enough, a few seconds that is, until they should be able to gap close into my group and just do one AoE and then that's it. Like, legitimately, please don't do what she says. Like, please don't listen to that shit. I'm sorry. This is dog shit.
It gets spicy because there is this controversy, I guess, within the game about if you pull it, you tank it. So some people can get a little bit petty where if they're the tank and other people go and pull mobs before the tank has reached them or feels ready, they get a little bit upset about it.
No, they don't get a little bit upset. They literally ruin the whole run. They literally punish you. They turn off tank stance and they kill you. And then they're like, oops, I misclicked. Like, it is literally the worst behavior I've ever seen. It is the worst. It's literally parking on the parking spot for disabled people. Literally, it's that. It's literally parking on the sidewalk. It's literally parking on the cross section. It's literally just people. It's people, going for the Pokemon cards and then scalping. Like, it's literally that kind of behavior. It's fucking. Is the word reprehensible? I will just say it's fucking horrible. It's really bad behavior. So what is she suggesting here? That you don't run in front of the tank so that you don't anger them? They're not a fucking elephant. They're a person. Fuck them. Fuck them. Cast them aside. Learn to survive. You know what I do? I'll tell you what I do, depending on the day. I do my job. I never let anyone die, especially on purpose. And I still fucking go and grab the mobs, and I still am faster than 90% of the players I've seen. And yeah, you can be cynical if you want, like, oh, look, Daphne is just flexing on the dungeons. I don't fucking care, dude. I do my best in every situation. It just so happens that in dungeons, my best seems to be better than like 90% of the people I see. So I don't give a fuck what you're saying. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to set a record in dungeons. I'm not sweating to do it. It's my natural state of being. I'm sorry that my average is your best. That's all I gotta say to people who are like, oh, it's not worth sweating. I'm not even sweating. That's just how I play. Playing any less intense would fucking detract from my enjoyment, you foolish idiot. Okay, so it's not sweating. So if I can do that and keep you alive and keep me alive and make the fast run, or the run fast, sorry, dyslexia, why would I not do it? Why are you punishing me for it? So anyway, to bring it to what I was saying, depending on the day, right? Tank pulls this shit on me, fine. I don't even speak. I go on legitimately and I do it again and again and again and again. You can't break me. You cannot fucking stop me. You can't do anything about it, and I'm doing nothing wrong. You're doing something wrong if you're obstructing me by letting me die on purpose, switching off your stance, or standing there and starting a conversation. I don't care, my guy. Adapt. Fuck you. Easy. Fuck yourself. Get over yourself. Get over your fucking self, my guy. Get over yourself. I'm not gonna stop for you. You're a tank. You got like 50 billion fucking gap closers. You got 50 billion fucking mitigations. You got a ranged attack. You got provoke. You got an AoE. You got auto aggro. What do you want? Do your fucking job, which is not group management. It's aggro management. You idiot. It's aggro management. It's not called group management. You don't manage anything. You don't set the pace. You're just a role. You don't set the pace any more than a DPS does, which is 0, or a healer, which is 0, because they're not trying to set the pace. They're following their pace. They're not setting any pace. And if you played like something other than a moron, you wouldn't have to struggle to keep up, because it's a simple game, and as we said, it's just dungeons. How are you not keeping up? How are you making this a whole ass fucking story? Like, how stupid are you? And why should I enable you by doing what she's saying? Oh, don't anger these people because they might actually react. They might have a little bit of a reaction. Who cares? First of all, it's not a bit of reaction. It's literally throwing a child tantrum. Literally, they throw tantrums, literally. And why would I enable them? Fuck them. Easy. I'll just keep doing it. So that's one of my resolutions. I just don't speak. I don't even comment on it. I pretend that I don't see what happened. I pretend that I didn't notice their tank stance going off. And I just go on. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care. I just want to get this done. I don't fucking care. You sit there, you can sit there flipping off and on your tank stance and being like completely fucking gremlin coded. I don't give a shit, baby. I'm not gonna get buzzed by that shit. I'll just continue doing what I'm doing. That's the way I play. I'm not gonna unlearn it just for you, your highness, and therefore suck a dick. You know, in a way that you don't enjoy. And my second, way that I function with this is even simpler. And it's the opposite. I just go full yap. I'm like, hey, excuse me, my lord. I think you have on purpose killed me, which, if you read the TOS, is against it. And I think you're very slow because I haven't seen you pull sprint once ever since I attacked the mob. And I have to remind you that you are not in charge of the group. And I start doing this. And then they argue and go like, oh, oh, you cry. And I'm like, no, I'm not crying. I'm arguing. Let me explain to you what an argument is. And I start explaining to them what an argument actually is. And then it goes on and on and on and on. And I can do this for fucking hours. I can sit there and do it for hours until your sorry, entitled, miserable ass decides to put on your tank stance and move on with your fucking job. You moron.
About that, and they decide that they're not going to take aggro off those people and just people or person and just let them get killed by the mobs. Now, I'm going to give you my take on this one. Generally,
Yes, please give me your take. But if you continue down the line of indulge them, honestly, go fuck yourself as well, Miss Supreme Raider. I clear everything to tries.
I do think that you should let the tank be the leader of the dungeon.
No, you shouldn't. You know what? You suck a dick that in a way that you don't enjoy, if there is such a thing for you.
If you're a healer and you want to run ahead, you can run ahead for two reasons. One is just to help you keep up with the tank. because some of them are really balls to the wall. They know what they're doing, they're going fast. But then the other reason would be to show tanks that you feel comfortable taking more mobs, because in some dungeons, you will come across tanks who really defer to the healer, where they're like, do you feel comfortable doing this? If not, we'll go slower.
Nobody does that. In any dungeon I've ever noticed, not noticed, but entered, sorry. Again, dyslexia, and I'm emotionally charged with this shit, so yeah. Um, Nobody asks. I always tell them, my good lord, why would you not inform me from the beginning of the run that you are unable to pull wall to wall or have a preference for role playing in dungeons? Why don't you tell me that so that I can adjust? And then they lose their shit, and I'm like, excuse me, um, wall to wall is expected, and I'm doing my job. Do yours. If you want to do it in a different way, please ask if that's okay with the group at the start of the run, because we're also people. And then they just lose their shit even more, because that's a very reasonable approach and very polite and also very real. And their only response is like throwing tantrums, like, "Oh my god!" And the thing is, I'm like, I don't have a problem. As I said, I can do this for hours. I can debate for hours. And so yeah, it's just, yeah. But you don't have it to indulge them, at all.
So if you run ahead, you can kind of show them like, I am good with anything. I can heal all of this. It's totally fine.
Oh, and as I said, sorry, because I went off topic a little bit. As I said, in no run have I seen a tank start the run and be like, guys, can we take it slow? No, they just immediately enforce their pace. They immediately go into punishing you. They immediately fucking shit talk you. It's, yeah.
Fine. But I do still, in general, think that it is more respectful and polite and considerate to just let the tank.
No, it's not. It's not. Do not listen to that advice. Like, straight up, don't listen to that. It's false. And it makes me really question what the fuck she's talking about. Like, where are you coming from? Are you really a raider? Honestly, I'm itching to check, because if she is, then this is such a ridiculous like mentality to have. Holy shit.
Go at their own pace, because sometimes you do come across new players who aren't quite comfortable with that. And I would say in that case, just communicate. Don't run ahead and pull them off. Just communicate in the chat. Say, hey, I can heal all this. I can support you. I think our team can do it. Let's try it.
You don't have to do even that. It is their responsibility. That's their burden to communicate. Hi, I've never done this before. Whenever this has happened, this has happened once or twice, the last maybe 4 months. And my response was, all right, would you prefer to take it slow? Because I can keep you up if you wall to wall. You don't have to worry about a thing, just do it. You know what they do most of the time? Wall to wall. Better than the fucking idiots that this idiot is trying to enable.
And if we wipe, then we'll go slower. There's no reason not to at least try, especially because, like I said in one of the past unspoken rules, it is an expectation to be taking more mobs.
Exactly. So why are you saying that the expectation that you actually support as an expectation, why are you saying that that is a bad thing now, and you should actually let the tank do what they want? Wall to wall means everyone runs to the wall. It doesn't mean form a beeline, form a fucking Congo line with a tank in front. It does not mean that. It is unrealistic, pace breaking, stupid, entitled, moronic, boring, tired, lazy, and I hate it.
So this is a good opportunity for you to practice. We support you. We're not going to push you or force you, but we would encourage you to do this. And if we
Nobody's pushing or forcing. Everyone is just using their whole toolkit to their advantage. That's it, to the advantage of the group. You're facilitating a quick, safe clear. End of story. If you fail, your mentality didn't fail. You just didn't press your buttons correctly. You just mistimed your heals. Next time you'll get it. Don't stop.
can't do it, then we'll go slow, right? I think it's better to just communicate than to just run ahead and pull the mobs, because you don't really.
No, communication falls on the person who cannot keep up with the group, and they know, not to the group to conform to somebody's like weird ideas about how they should play the game. I'm sorry.
Know where that person is at. I think another issue I take with people doing this is that some people are just rushing, and you're not even making the dungeon that much faster.
I am. I can prove it. I fucking am, and I can prove it. I can put money on this. I can put money on this. Let me get Neris, and we don't even need anyone else, just Neris. And me and him are going to rush, and then we can talk about how much faster the dungeon is. I'm willing to put money on that one.
In my opinion.
Because I have actually timed it. I have legitimately timed it. You can shave off so much time. We're talking more than 10 minutes. Just by playing efficiently. Not sweating, playing efficiently.
Like, I get it. A lot of the dungeons aren't necessarily that interesting and you kind of want to get it over and done with. But
it's not even that. It's like, why would I downgrade my gameplay? Unless the other person specifically engages first and says, I'm not comfortable with wall to wall. I would like us to go slow. I'm not going to say no to that. You do understand the difference, right? I'm not going to say no to that. I will agree with that. I will go with it. Legitimately. Happily, I will. Because that's very different than somebody saying, hi, first time. Because then I say, don't sweat it, bro. Just run. And they do it and it's a fun time. It's a very different situation. And if it's someone experienced, oh my lord, fucking learn to play, you fucking idiot.
Unless the tank is like genuinely going molasses slow, which rarely ever happens.
No, it happens very often. Which is why they end up being behind the healer and behind the DPS and behind everyone and then screaming, hey guys, wait up for the tank, I'm the group leader, fuck you. Just fucking get a move on, bitch.
Like, you know the situations where you get to the boss and you're just standing there for a while and like, why aren't we pulling it?
Who's standing there? Even as a DPS, I pull immediately. Nothing has yet to kill me. When the healer is and the tank are doing their job. Because we're talking, you're gonna take 1, 2 auto attacks at most, second wind, bloodbath, maybe you go for a tank buster. Sometimes it can happen. That's fine, you can still survive a tank buster. Then the tank takes over. If the tank hasn't taken over by then, something has gone catastrophically wrong, and it's not you pulling the boss as a DPS. Trust. As a healer, I can tank it. I can take the tank buster, I can take a second tank buster, I don't give a fuck. So, but by that point, if the tank is not in there, they're doing it on purpose.
That's the only case in which I would say, you know what, go ahead and pull it. Go ahead and pull it, right? Because it's like, why are we standing around? But if they're still moving, like, there's no need for you to like sprint or.
It's not about a need. It's like, why wouldn't I? Like, convince me, because your arguments suck, VTuber. Convince me that I shouldn't. What is that? Like, what is that, coddling? Like, I don't want to coddle anyone. What, like, fucking convince me. Everything you've said so far is just empty, just hot air, nothing.
On Avant or whatever the heck to get ahead of the tank just so you can pull more mobs. Like, I just don't really see the point of.
The point is that you can do it and it makes it faster. And also as a DPS, you're acting as a mitigation for your tank, legitimately. You can even use arm's length. And as a healer, you don't even care. You can heal, you can out-heal everything. Everything on command. What are you on about? What are you on about? What are you even on about?
Doing that, especially because it can cause problems. So, yeah, that's kind of my take on it, is I think that everybody involved should just be less petty and just communicate.
Exactly. Be less petty and fucking go. Exactly. Be less petty. What you're doing enables people to be petty. You are enabling the worst behaviors that I've ever seen in dungeons.
Communicate, like, if you are the tank and someone does pull more than you expect or than you want or than you feel comfortable with, you don't need to be petty and let them die. Just try your best, and if you guys all wipe, then that's going to be proof, and you can follow it up and say, hey, I don't really feel comfortable with that many. I'm not really capable of that yet.
And that is also acceptable, but it is not the same thing. If we try it and the tank dies and they go like, oh my god, that shook me up a little bit, I will say we can take it slower. There is nothing wrong with that. That's the end of it. But going over to the other side, like she's suggesting, nah. This is bad advice.
Can we go slower? Like, it's not that hard. Most of us playing are adults, so I don't see why this is as big of a deal as it is.
Exactly, it's not a big deal. Run ahead of your tank. It's not a big deal. That's what I'm saying as well. What the fuck are you on about?
But it's like a huge controversy that people get kind of really mad over on both sides of the spectrum. People get really mad about people
Yeah, both sides get mad, but one side is right.
pulling ahead, and then people get really mad about other people being like, nah, I'm not going to help you because you pulled ahead and I wasn't ready for that. And you're rushing too much. But
At level 190 and 80 and 70, you should be ready. Like this, are you playing the game? Are you playing the game? Fuck off.
yeah, those are all of the unspoken
Yeah, show them. Show them. Show those rules. They all suck. That's the consensus there. The deduction, not the consensus, because I'm one person. Yeah, no, suck it. Those are horrible advice. Bye. Those beats there, that last beat there was extremely horrible. A very bad take. But whatever. Hey, whatever gives you popularity, I guess, on YouTube. Oh God, because honestly, if there is something that entitled little toxically positive FF players will gobble up like it's nothing, it's literally a very cute YouTube, VTuber telling them you are so right to persist in your little bubble world where you're only right and everyone should conform. So yeah, I understand. I get it. Don't worry. Don't worry. And now I'm super curious to see what other things she has to say. For which reason I'm going to click on their channel and oof, oof. She has one of those Final Fantasy player tries Guild Wars. Oh my god. What Final Fantasy could learn from Guild Wars? Now uh she has a few videos that like would make in and of themselves uh an interesting topic. Oof. Easy ways to get transmog as a noob in World of Warcraft Midnight. My god. Misconceptions about Final Fantasy 14. I can skim through. I'm curious. What Final Fantasy could learn from Guild Wars 2? Yeah, I'm curious. Okay, I'll click on that. And Final Fantasy player tries Guild Wars 2. I wish there was a TLDR for that one. Slowly becoming a gamer. That's your status on the channel. Well, by your implications on this video, you're not slowly becoming a gamer. You're literally top tier raider, which makes this a lot more awkward. But okay. But yeah, 14 common
hi
misconceptions.
friends. I
Let's fucking go. I want to watch that. I want to see what I've been doing wrong. Before it, let me check Discord a bit. Oh my god. Okay. Oh boy. Here we go. Hit it, Etheria.
Etheria here, and today I'm going to be sharing with you some common misconceptions about Final Fantasy XIV. Some of these were things that I experienced myself in the past, things that I may have thought when I was a new player, whereas others I have gotten from the Final Fantasy XIV community. Some of these are going to be about the game in general,
Please go on.
is not worth participating in, and that you should just skip cutscenes and try to get to the max level in the game as fast as possible. So for me, all the games I had ever played in the past that were MMOs
1 second.
let's just get into it. So the first one is one that I actually thought when I was a new player, and it was that the story is not worth participating in.
Okay, skip. Sorry.
Another surprisingly common misconception
There's nothing, there's no misconception about there. You don't want to watch the story, don't watch the story. You want to skip every cutscene, skip the cutscene. There's no misconceptions. Nobody's going to force you to do it. Nobody's going to force you to watch them. Nobody's going to force you to not watch them. Notice my words. They might try. No one is going to. Okay? You will do exactly what you want on any side of that spectrum. Nothing else to say. Moving on.
people have about this game is that it is a quote unquote weeb game. I'm not sure if
It is a whip game. Moving on. Just own it. Just fucking own it. It's okay to own it. I own it. I like the whip part of it. What are you on about? This is literally just this is literally denial. Moving on. Sorry, this is a shit point.
All right, this next one may blow some minds. It is that you have to click your mouse during active time maneuvers.
That's a good one. Yes, you can just press any button. Moving on. You can just press all buttons at the same time and it goes faster. Yep, there you go.
The next misconception is that riding maps increase flying speed. So, watching the footage, the first is a clip of me and my
What?
friend on the ground on the Torgal Mount. He has a riding map, I don't, and you will see that he is way faster than me on the ground.
Yeah,
The
so?
next clip is us flying, and I made sure to kind of get us relatively close to one another. We couldn't get neck and neck, but you can see that the distance between us is neither increasing nor decreasing.
Oh, she's saying that the riding maps will not increase your flying speed. Yeah, some people, not wrongly, completely. They assume that a riding map is going to increase your speed in general. It doesn't. It's only your ground speed. Moving on.
This next misconception is something that a lot of new players tend to think, probably because of their experience with past games or past MMOs, but it is that overworld mobs are going to attack on sight and you have to fight them.
Yes, they do attack on sight. It just depends on level. Moving on.
The next misconception may also be due to our trauma from old MMOs, but it is the
You speak as if Final Fantasy is a new MMO. It is just as old as like Guild Wars.
idea that dying will cause you to lose something, whether that be
My God, nobody thinks that anymore. You would have to be coming. So for this to be a misconception, she's making this up for sure. For this to be a misconception, you would have to be around 50 years old and have played only very old MMOs, like for example Ultima in its first iterations, Ultima Online, I mean, where death had a stat penalty, blah blah. But even they removed that, like even way back when. So you would have to have played only back then, and then you would have to have stopped playing MMOs, and then you would have to jump into Final Fantasy and be like, okay, I now expect this. Wow, this is nothing burgers.
the next misconception is that you need to play more than one character. In Final
Uh, you don't need to play more than one. You don't need to play only one. There is no misconception. You can do whatever the fuck you want. There's nothing to misconceive here. You can do anything.
Fantasy are kind of getting more into the gameplay aspect of the game. And the first one is that healers do not have to DPS. Unfortunately, this is not the case.
Uh, I think we talked about this a little bit when I mentioned like about her other video that like yeah, as a healer you can also DPS, you can do anything. But like nobody has this misconception. Anyone who has played any MMO knows that healers can also deal damage. Um, I think, I think, right? I'm not sure. My experience with healing World of Warcraft has been minimal, really minimal, right? But from what I saw when I tried the bubble healer priest, I think so the side of priest that relies on putting shields, if I remember correctly. Like I can't remember. I still had to damage things. I still had abilities I had to use, which dealt some damage. Like the concept, there's no misconception. Everyone has the concept of healers dealing damage. Moving on.
The next misconception is about Grand Company squadrons, and it is the idea that you need to use a standard light party when you are sending them out on
A standard light party. What do you mean? These are NPCs. There's no light party. There's nothing. Do you mean what does you mean? I don't know. Wait a minute.
their little squadron dungeon thingy-maboppers. You can actually do any comp that you want. Like, you can run 4 DPS if you want to.
Bro.
Yes. The next misconception comes from a place of apprehension and anxiety. And it's that people expect you to watch guides or know how to play the game.
Nah, we talked about this. Go away.
The next misconception has to do with slow, but we're going to relate it to arm's length. And it's that arm's length would make the mobs run slower, and some people were like, why would I want that?
No, 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 no. No, 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 no,
The
no.
next misconception has to do with slow, but we're going to relate.
So this thing, first of all, it slows their attack speed. It doesn't slow the mob's speed. That would be the only misconception you could have. As such, I will move on. Consider it unmisconceptualized.
This next misconception was provided to me by Sonic Rita, who does have a channel on YouTube, so you
Isn't that Sonic Rider? Why is it Sonic Rida? Maybe it's Sonic Rida. Maybe that's how they want to be called. But that's Sonic Rider. I won't judge. It's just curious.
can go check him out. And it is that savage raids that are started before reset, that go over the reset time, will count for the next week's loot. This is not true. So let's say that your party queues into a savage raid
Sorry, I'm gonna let her finish just to be 100%.
at 2:50 and reset 2:50 on a Monday night, 2:50 a.m. on a Monday night, and reset is at 3 a.m. As long as you are in that instance and you do not leave, the loot for it will count for, I guess, I don't know how to,
For the previous week is what you're saying.
the week that you're on. It will not count for the future week.
Exactly. Yeah, that is true. Like loot and all that, they are. I think this is not true for dungeons. So I have observed, and this is not a misconception, but it's like I'm confused about it because it seems to me that in dungeons, if you if you go in and let's say you're in when the daily reset happens, right? Then that clear will count for the daily reset, unfortunately. So let's say that it's 59, right, on the clock. It's about to be in 1 minute, things will reset for the day. You go into the dungeon, you load in, and it's 59. By the time you complete it, it's going to be already reset, right? When you come out, it will not give you the daily rewards again. It will have been completed for the daily reset. I'm 80% sure of this. I usually don't pay attention because I never let it go that late. I can test it since I don't care about tombstones right now. I can test it and I can see, but I'm fairly certain that in the case of dungeons, can talk about savage because I would never risk it. Um, so I don't have a way to disprove it. I only have a way to say or confirm it, but I have a way to say if it works like dungeons. What I seem to remember with a good degree of certainty is really that you shouldn't leave it at the last moment because then it will clip into the reset. Just to put it simply, that's all I can say. Moving on.
But with a little bit of simple math, you can learn that that is not the case. Adloquium is the more powerful heal. So let's see. Physic
I'm sorry, but I don't care about this.
is though is that Physic does cast slightly faster than Adloquium. Physic's cast time is 1.5.
Not care. Sorry. You can watch this if you want. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, mostly dog shit. Moving on.
Hi friends, Itheria here.
I feel that to watch this, I would have
Hi friends, Itheria
to start with this. That's what I feel like. But give me a second. We will do indeed that.
here.
Whoops. Wait.
And today I'm finally going to be talking about a different MMO than Final Fantasy XIV. Today I'm going to be talking about Guild Wars 2.
God help
So
us
I've
all.
been playing this game for about a month, so this video is kind of just going to be a little bit of a yap session about how I'm feeling about the game and what I think of it. Now, it is going to be mostly positive, because I might come out with a video that is mostly negative. We'll see if I'm in the mood, because there's a lot of things about Guild Wars 2 that
That was the biggest fucking like. She has a way with words that I really don't like. I don't appreciate that. Like, oh yeah, here is a video. It's mostly positive. The mostly negative stuff, yeah, it's there, just on another video. Like, it sounds like, hey, I want you to like me because I'm not gonna talk shit about your game. Also, I will talk shit about your game in another video. Listen, girl, you can talk shit about our games, about us. You can talk shit about anything you want. You don't owe an explanation. And please deconstruct from this toxic positivity because it's not necessary in any other game other than Final Fantasy where people like you enable it. That's all. Moving on.
genuinely irk me. they're not deal breakers by any means, but they are annoying.
Stop coddling. We don't need it. You can just say, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks.
So I might have to have like a little rant session video, but for now, we're gonna be positive, especially because I made a video talking about things we take for granted in 14, and some people were like really upset that I was.
What the fuck do you take for granted in 14? What the fuck do you take for granted? It's a game. It's not a person. Stop treating it like it's your lover or something. All of it is for granted. What do you mean? You pay for it. You paid for it. You bought it. You pay subscription. Everything in it is for granted. What?
Was comparing it to Guild Wars 2, and I don't personally think that I was really that negative about Guild Wars 2 in that video, especially because so far I've been enjoying the game, so I don't have reason to like crap all over it. But I don't know, some people were like,
You literally just said that you're gonna crap all over it in another video, which I would rather watch than this video, but I don't know if it's out yet.
oh my god, you're glazing your favorite game by like crapping on this other game. And I was like, not really the intention, but okay, here's a glaze video. Just kidding. Like I said, this video is not gonna be
Okay, with that, you have just lost me. I don't need your stupid glaze video. Where is the bad video? Show me. Where is the one that you are like shitting over Guild Wars? Please tell me. I want to find it. I really want to find that. Does it exist? Please. Okay. Where is the for granted? Please. I need it. Yes. Okay. Nice. And I wonder. But where is the fucking the other thing? Where is the other thing? Where are you shitting on Guild Wars? I want to see that. Because I want to see what she's gotten wrong or not. Or what she's gotten right. But I want to see it. Okay. Maybe it's coming later. I don't know. I mean, how recent is the other one? Wait. Because now I lost that one too because I am 7 months ago and we still don't have the negative video. You're slow. Fine, I'll watch this in absence of the other one. Maybe it's like previews. Maybe it's like before all this. Like, uh, toxic toxic positivity isn't real. Are you fucking shitting me? Are you okay? Okay. I am just, I don't know. I have to fucking watch this shit, like, legitimately, which gives her views, which, yeah, get them. I don't care. But, like, where is the thing? So it's just not out yet, basically. Like, that's disappointing. That's the only one that I wanted to watch at this point. I'm disappointed now. Where is it? Nowhere? Okay. Yeah, okay. So, whatever. Fuck that.
hi friends.
Things we take for granted. Let me see. Zoom. Games you're comparing. Okay, let me see.
Itheria here, and today I'm going to talk about things that I think we take for granted in Final Fantasy XIV. What inspired this video is that I have been trying out some different MMOs during this current downtime in 14 that will be ending in about a week from now, but anywho, the games I've been playing have been
This whole thing of like, oh, you know, my favorite game I'm in love with doesn't really have any actual content. Check, by the way. So I'm gonna try another game so I can actually, be toxically positive about it while behind my back I shit all over it, and then I'll just go back to my Final Fantasy. Oh, whoa! Like I fucking hate this. I fucking hate this. I'm sorry.
WoW and Guild Wars 2, although I am not very deep into Guild Wars 2 because I've mostly been trying.
Final Fantasy players are like clinically unable to get into fucking Guild Wars 2. I've seen like one person out of 10, 15 to ever stay.
WoW, and then a bunch of people in my Discord server were trying Guild Wars 2 and they hyped it up, and I just ended up really wanting to play. I got influenced. So when I started playing those games, there were
Okay,
definitely some things that I noticed that Final Fantasy 14 allows you to zoom in to your character and just kind of look at your character's face and upper body. It has a pretty good zoom.
what is this point? Moving on. Like you can do that in both Guild Wars 2 and World of Warcraft at a very fucking satisfactory degree. I don't. Okay.
Training. Similarly, neither of those games, Guild Wars 2 or WoW, have a photo mode. Okay, so we are very.
I find photo mode to be the most useless feature of a game. It is nice to have, but it is utterly just useless. It is literally a narcissism simulator. All you're doing is taking literally lewd photos and sending to your friends and going like, "Oh, whoa, look at this fucking tribute I made for you." And I find that cute. I really do, and I appreciate it when it happens. But real talk, pointless. Sorry, like I understand that her personal subjective view is that this should always be a thing, and people play around with it. I understand that, and in other games as well. I'm not like detached from reality in that regard, but holy shit, this shouldn't be in a list of things you take for granted. Nobody takes it for granted because these games are old, like World of Warcraft is old, Final Fantasy is old, Gear Wars 2. Nobody takes it for granted. Newer games are more and more implementing photo mode. That's fine by me. I don't hate it. I don't mind that it's there. I like options. But saying this is like, don't take this for granted. It's such a huge boon. No, it's just fun to have, I guess. I've never even used it once, for example. None of the people I play with, except one or two people, I think, ever even used it. It's like whatever. Quality of life, I am not even going to talk about that. My God, you cannot fucking compare. You can't even compare. So the things that I would say are correct are what we see in the preview window right there. You can't rearrange your HUD. I agree. That is like something that should be in every game. I agree. Um, but everywhere else, like the interface of Final Fantasy is very old and very clunky compared to Guild Wars. I don't remember how World of Warcraft is, but compared to Guild Wars, it's very clunky and slow. And it is very methodical. Like click here, it will pop a dialogue. You click OK on the dialogue, it will pop a thing. You move the thing. You now have to click save. Now you have to confirm. Now you have to exit that. Then you have to go in another element. Then you have to go to the NPC. Then click on the NPC. A window will pop. You press OK. It will pop up a trade window. You'll give the item. You press OK. Then confirm. Then a dialogue. Then an animation will. It is so clunky. My God. So I would not say, I would say this is not something, oh, we take it for granted when it should be in every MMO. Yes, HUD rearrangement is very nice, but you can't bring Final Fantasy, is what I'm saying, as an example of this is how you should do your interface. Because we're not talking about missing features, right? But the interface. If we're talking quality of life, then I would say what Final Fantasy has over World of Warcraft and Guild Wars 2 is one thing. And that is it allows you to declutter both in terms of sounds and in terms of visuals. And even though Guild Wars 2 has implemented something like this, it is not as thorough. So technically it is there. Realistically, it is not as good. So I can give you that point about the HUD rearrangement and the visual clutter, but other than that, you cannot be talking quality of life because exactly because of how cluttered and weird the interface is in Final Fantasy, how archaic and outdated it is, and how many clicks it requires, and how many clicks like that is worse quality of life. Legitimately, it's worse. It's affecting your everyday interaction, your moment to moment interactions all the time, every time, about everything. So if we're talking quality of life, I'm sorry, but yes, you can rearrange your HUD. Yes, you can declutter, but holy shit, is it fucking a pain in the ass to fucking deal with? So I'm sorry, what are you talking about? Mix and match glams. I will tell you right now that you are wrong. You can do some really fucking good glams in Guild Wars 2. Very recently, Final Fantasy had this release where, well, recently, not very recently, where you can use any, what do you call it, any classes glamour on any other class. However, we must not overlook that until that point, it was even more restrictive than Guild Wars 2 in that regard. They changed it. So that's what matters, you would say. But fair is fair, so we have to mention it. And, you know, if we're going by how things currently are, I will say that even as it is, while I wish we had the same feature in Guild Wars, even as it is right now, there are plenty of glamours so that you're not left, you know, wanting, let's say. I will always say that Final Fantasy's glamours are, in general, in a better place, especially with the last two expansions. At the same time, Guild Wars 2 is getting increasingly better. Assuming it won't be a Guild Wars 3 and it continues, I would say that if we're going by what we're seeing, by the evidence we have, they are waking up to a game needing good glamours to go on and not punishing players for starting. We already have horrible starting gear in both games, honestly, with Guild Wars 2 possibly being the worst offender in this. But it seems to me that both are trying to change that around. And Final Fantasy took the more drastic step towards it. I would say this, if we're comparing, um, that's hard to do. It's both games are trying to expand their glamours, so I don't see what the complaint would be. So yeah, moving on. Changing hair and makeup. I will say there are ways to do it in Guild Wars 2 where it's expensive because what we're looking at is going to be just the hairstylist contract, which is going to allow you some minor customizations. So it will allow you hair color and style. It will allow you what is going to allow you, like some other stuff like that. But Final Fantasy is a little bit, and this is important, a little bit more uh, customizable, but you still can't change your eyes. You still can't change your skin color. You still can't change, like, you can't change those things. Like in some cases, maybe skin color you can. I'm not sure. But like, yeah, some things are set, right? In both games, there are ways to customize. Again, to recustomize your makeup and whatever. Um, they are what they are. It's there. It's not as accessible. But now we have to go into comparing a subscription-based game. Okay, and that opens up a very weird conversation that we're going to go into. Versus a game that is buy to play essentially, and then you don't have to ever pay for it. So we have to take that into account a little bit without wanting to defend it. There are two different practices, and with each of those practices, certain things are to be expected whether we like them or not. That's how they make money. So yes, in Guild Wars you have to pay or get money, get gold, and then with that gold buy the hairstylist thing. And whenever you buy an expansion, I think they also give you a total makeover kit. I'm pretty sure they do, which you can also change your name and your gender and your everything. So there's also that, I guess. And I will still say that Final Fantasy is a bit superior in that because you don't need a fuck ton of gold. You don't, but again, it's a subscription game. It's to be expected. I'd say both are kind of okay. I'm not happy with either for various reasons. But I don't think this belongs in this list. Dies, you're full of shit. You don't know what you're talking about. If you're comparing to Guild Wars 2, your argument is completely destroyed by definition, and I'm not going to go into it. Final Fantasy has the most ridiculous and convoluted and stupid system, partly owing thanks to the interface being absolutely dog of dice that I've ever seen. So I'm sorry, but this is just nothing. You're just yelling at the clouds right now. Slide casting is not necessary in Guild Wars 2. We have other options to facilitate movement. I don't care about slide casting. You can't say slide casting, oh my god, I would want it in other games. It's simply you want it in Final Fantasy because of how gameplay is. Without it, casting would be a pain in the ass. Whereas, for example, Guild Wars 2 doesn't need something like that because casting is not a pain in the ass. So I'm not sure what this is on the list for. The story, nah, fuck off. I don't care. This is extremely, this is moronic completely and very subjective, and you shouldn't have it on this list. And then no specs and builds. That is where you are completely wrong. To me, it is absurd that in Final Fantasy we can't have many viable gear sets for the same class and build. It's absolutely moronic that we can't spec our characters in a certain way so that my Viper is different to another person's Viper, my Samurai is different to another person's Samurai, creating interesting gameplays. Both World of Warcraft and Guild Wars 2 shit all over Final Fantasy on that sector. So I'm sorry, but you are wrong, plain wrong, like outright wrong. This is just bullshit. Wow, this takes.
Hi, friends.
This girl, I'm sorry to say, but this girl has the wildest takes I've ever seen, and I'm not surprised that the person that seems to be like, if she is, because I think she is, um, you know what? I retract this. Like, I'm not gonna say it. I'm just not gonna say it. Don't worry, it wasn't gonna be anything offensive, obviously. But I retract the statement. I don't want to be too personal about here, but I'll just say it makes sense to me that the person of this demeanor, attitude, behavior, I don't know, of this composition, if you will, has these takes. They are exactly the takes of a person with this lore, okay, with this package in a non-demeaning way. I say this in a non-demeaning way, but it's just predictable. Sorry. Let's get the shorts out of the way.
Hi, friends. Itheria here.
Different avatar, okay. Maybe older video, that's why.
And I have a feeling that today's video is going to be a little bit controversial, but I also think it needs to be said. The Final Fantasy XIV community, at least what I'm being fed by my particular algorithms on social media like YouTube and Twitter, appears to be growing more and more negative and critical. And to me, this is a bad thing, and I
What do you mean it's not toxic positivity to have different opinions? Nobody called having different opinions toxic positivity. That is. Are you fucking in touch? Are you in touch with what's happening around you?
genuinely find it exhausting. Because after all, I'm just trying to enjoy the game. I like the game. And
Good for you. I mean, what's up? Is a new buzzword? I mean, it's a term. and it exists. Let's see how she defines toxic positivity, because that will help us get context.
means. So, first, let's look at some definitions of toxic positivity. The first one I have comes from the Anxiety and Depression Association of America. Toxic
Okay,
positivity occurs when encouraging statements are expected to minimize or eliminate painful emotions, creating pressure to be unrealistically optimistic without considering the circumstances of the situation.
yeah, which is exactly what people in Final Fantasy do, legitimately.
Where positive thinking becomes toxic is when it is expected to get rid of negative feelings.
Exactly, yeah.
It can be presented as a demand that we must be positive at the expense of others'
Which again, that's what Final Fantasy community was doing back then.
feelings. So, most definitions, no matter where you get them from, refer to toxic positivity as forcing a positive outlook even when one is in emotional or physical pain.
That's why it's toxic.
While some aspects of these definitions could maybe be applied to Final Fantasy XIV,
No, they can fully be applied to Final Fantasy XIV, like fully, like to the fullest. You had players who would literally shun you and ostracize you if you didn't feel that the story was awesome. This is one of those players, I guarantee you that.
you can already see that for the most part, we are using this phrase
We all saw evidence of that even in more recent videos of her. Like in the previous video, for example, when I was scrolling through the track bar, you could see like, oh, the story. Don't take it for granted. It's so fucking amazing that like, yeah, you shouldn't take it for granted. Like, are you for real? This is definitely evidence that this person will shit all over you if you just even dare say you don't like the story or that you skip cutscenes. Like, I also assume they're gonna do it in a very passive aggressive way, while also sugarcoating it, because that's what she tends to do a lot in her videos right now. Which showed in the Guild Wars 2 thingy, where she was like, "Yeah, no, I'll try to be positive because you guys need a glazing. Please don't touch me." That's what I'm gonna say. Just please stay out of my mind. I don't care.
is wrong. Most people are not feeling pain or trauma over disliking the Dawn Trail MSQ.
Pain or trauma are extremely heavy words, and you are being on purpose way too literal. Where whereas in reality, you really know what people say. Like, oh yeah, that story fucking sucked. And then another person says, "Oh my god, if you think it sucks, we can't be friends." Like that is, you know what? Actually, you might be right. This might be worse than toxic positivity. This might be literally fucking extortion, blackmailing someone for your friendship unless they change their mind. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's not toxic positivity, it's actually much worse.
Most people are not feeling deep levels of distress because there is a lack of
Most people are feeling deep levels of distress because the moment they express their dislike for the story, they're treated in a way that causes them pain and distress. I hope we are on the same page now about what people call toxic positivity.
content. So, when people push back against criticism about Final Fantasy XIV,
Listen, people don't push back against criticism. They don't accept criticism. They don't want to hear that you don't like their favorite game. They will shush you. Or they would back then. Maybe still happens now. That's what was happening. My god, I can't watch this. Like, she's pretentious as fuck. Get a fucking clue. Please, I don't want to learn about Asmongold. Your attitude is a problem. Okay. Yeah, so far, your attitude is a problem. But let's see why. Chaotic changed me? My god.
or chaotic. And chaotic is the thing that really got me thinking about this because I kind of noticed that it left me it made me a way that I've never really been before. Like I was always the kind of person where even though I'm pretty confident in my ability to do mechanics right
That's an understatement based on the other video we watched.
for any given raid that I'm experienced with, I'm always the kind of person that I'll see those
No, 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 no. What do you mean you're experienced with? In the other video, which is more recent, she says like, "Oh, I expect about a couple of wipes and then I clear blind current Sabbath." That is far from what you just said.
Like 3 wipes to span parties are like know your stuff, and they kind of do like scare me away, and they feel too serious, and they, just feel like, oh man, like if I make even a single mistake in that party, they're gonna call me out and it's gonna be a bad time. And I've always just kind of felt
And yet, you are the one year later after this video who says like, "Oh, it's everything is easy. You should be able to clear after 2 wipes." Like, what is this character development?
I don't want to call those parties toxic because they aren't always. They're just people that want to get stuff done. But it, to me, always like worried me that it would be a toxic environment, that it would be too serious, too much pressure, people always picking on the smallest mistakes. So I always was kind of afraid of those parties. But then when Chaotic came around, I ended up being the one making those parties.
Yeah, and you still are. Nothing ever changed then. Because if you're saying, "Oh, everything is easy, it should be cleared in 2 wipes," even blind Sabbath current tier, like first day, whatever. If you're saying all that stuff, what changed? Really, nothing.
I actually did make a few 3 wipe disband parties, and I would actively look
3 wipe disband parties. It's interesting because later, 1 year later, right? She's like maybe less than a year later, actually, some months probably, because the videos we're watching weren't actually too recent. Um, she was the one going like, "Don't disband your parties." You could argue that like, oh, she learned, but has she really? Because in the same video she says stuff like, again, I only expect a couple of wipes. Like, what is it? What is this person? Are you real?
for those kinds of parties, and even some of the parties that were like have 5+ clears, have 10+ clears, because Chaotic was such a frustrating experience that I got to the point group that was one of these parties that was saying stuff like memers will be kicked, or like, know your stuff, or you will be removed, like these kind of like threatening party finders, because I was at the point where I was like, I know this fight really
Okay, here is a reality check. Most groups, I don't know how it is in Final Fantasy, but in most other MMOs I've played, and including Final Fantasy, like to a degree, just that I haven't really gone into Party Finder after like some really bad experiences, so I just dropped it. Um, but usually, what happens, and even again, even in Final Fantasy, is that they might ask for crazy kill proof. They might be like, "Oh, blah blah, you will be kicked if this," or "Come prepared." And then in comes a person, and they go like, "Hey guys, I don't really know the tactics, but I really want to try this. Like, can I try with you?" You're gonna, that person is gonna be accepted, and I've been accepted that way in groups that were like, "Oh, you definitely know your mechanics." I go in, I'm honest, I'm like, "Hey, I watched the party finder, it wasn't filling for like 10 minutes," and I'm like, "Okay, maybe they'll appreciate that I just want to be there." And so I just go in there and they're like, "Yeah, sure, we can try," like, and then that happens. And usually it's encouraging because they will tell you, "Oh, even though you didn't know anything, you actually did really well." And like, it's really nice. So I don't know, maybe it's my RNG. And when, for example, in Guild Wars, I make a group and it's like fractals, let's say CMs or whatever, and then somebody comes in and says, I don't know how this works, or whatever, I will take them in even though I'm asking for experience. Like sometimes I will be like, "Yeah, sure, okay, I don't mind, whatever," because at the end of the day I can carry and I don't care, and it's fine to see. Sometimes like it's satisfying to see somebody getting carried, and then they are really happy that they did it and they feel part of the team, and they feel, and it's nice to give them that. So what are you talking about? But again, like as I said, like way back, it could also be just the very fact that maybe for her it's been like this. I don't fucking know. It's possible.
really well. I just want to get clear. And so I remember joining this really strict group that was like consistently removing people. I think sometimes they would remove like an entire alliance. It was crazy. And the morale in there was incredibly low. Uh, the aesthetic, the environment was toxic.
the aesthetic and the environment. What are you talking about? The aesthetic and the environment. Also, I wonder how she knows that it was like. Okay, I would like some understanding of like how it was toxic.
Toxic as hell. It was really, really bad, and it wasn't any better than any of the other parties.
Okay, but how? Like, what were things being said? Were people like what they were fighting? Like, I would like a context here.
That's the thing, is that this party was kind of in a way worse because they were constantly removing people. So instead of like having time for everyone to kind of like shake off the rust, make the mistakes they're going to make, and then correct themselves, it was like this constant revolving door because it's like, okay, these people don't know the fight, we're kicking them.
Like, okay, excuse me, but she really, I can't help it. I'm gonna say it. She really sounds like the person that the people that she's fantasizing about. She really or let me not say that. Let me say the people that she's accusing. She really seems, especially from the first video of hers that I saw today. She really seems like the person who is going to kick you or make you feel bad, either or, unless you literally are a raid god. That is the vibe I'm getting, with a lot of toxic positivity, by the way, which she claims doesn't exist.
That sort of deal. But it was a really toxic environment because the chat in there was
I could be wrong, but I'm just saying how she's coming off. Okay?
super toxic. It was constantly people just like picking on other people, like I said, constantly passive aggressive or even just full on aggressive remarks. Like so much toxicity. It was horrible. I don't remember how long I stayed in that group. It probably wasn't more than like an hour, but it got to a point where I was like, this group isn't getting anywhere either. It's super toxic. My morale is like below the floor. My morale is below the ground, okay? Like it's not even just like my morale has hit the floor, it's gone below. My morale has dug 12 feet deep into the ground because that's how toxic this party was.
Then how do you not recognize that you are a little bit the same?
So I remember leaving this party and going into a different clear party where people were in a much better mood. People were being more supportive. They were saying, like, hey, look, we got this far in the fight, or like, we saw it in Rage, we can totally do it. Like, people were so much more positive. So much more positive. There wasn't any passive aggressive comments. People weren't complaining.
You do realize that expecting people to clear and saying to people, "Oh, this is so easy, you can do it. This is so easy." This is toxic positivity. Like, you do realize that, right? Like, are we on the same page? I don't know.
None of that kind of stuff. It was a much more friendly environment, an environment that felt like we're all a team and we're working on this together. And it like, even though I was in this toxic party before that, I was tired, I was feeling so demotivated, and I was thinking about quitting, and I probably should have stopped for the night, but it was funny because getting into this party, I actually did feel so much better just because the attitude of the people around me was so much more positive that it made me feel better and it rubbed off on me, and I was able to continue working on this fight, trying to get my clear because I was in this party that had such a better attitude that it lifted me.
What is the better attitude? Like, please define it. Is it a lot of people praising the fight and you and everyone else? Is it, what is a better attitude? I had a very interesting talk with my friend Bran recently, and we were going to do M10s, and I reach out to Bran and I tell him, Bran, I feel I can't do this fight. I think that this fight is beyond my capabilities, for this and that reason. Now, the reasons I have discussed before on stream, blah, 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 way my mind works, way my memory works, blah, blah, blah. That's just to TLDR it. And it then, you can ask me, but I don't remember, it steered into what my opinion of the game was, in which I shared things that I share here. I don't really like Final Fantasy. I don't, or it's like not Final Fantasy, but it's combat design. I don't like its raiding design, and its encounter design. Like, the philosophy is bad. Like, I think it's really bad. And so it went into that. Now, here is the interesting part, and I'm not gonna say that Bran is all about toxic positivity. No, but I want to make a point. So bear with me a little bit. Bran is not the villain, 100%. But let me explain. And so we talk about it, and I'm like, yeah, I don't like Final Fantasy. And what that the effect that this had on Bran was to completely terrorize him and scare him away from doing the fight with us. So I have to wonder if that's what she means. But what I did afterwards was have a calm talk with Bran to explain to him that for me, it's not about the game. I don't care. I really don't care. It could be the worst game out there. I'd still play it if I'm having fun with friends. Uh, and I asked him very openly and honestly. I was like, "Hey, Bran, I need you to tell me if your enjoyment comes from knowing that I'm there with the party and having fun with the party, or from the fact that I actually love the game. Can you please," I said, "tell me which of the two is true? Because for one of them, I will gently say that I cannot continue either. Because if somebody wants me to be positive in that regard, I can't." So, and then Bran was like, "No, I'm not like that." And that was the end of it. We cleared it up and everything's fine. Because he took my word that I don't really need to enjoy the game to actually have fun doing the thing that we're about to do. Uh, you know, and that even if I feel useless, it will still not detract, and I will still not be in voice chat going like, "Oh my god, this game sucks! Oh my god, whatever, what is this shit?" Like I don't do that. I'm actually very positive when I'm raiding because I'm with friends. I mean, you hear me talk about Final Fantasy here, and it's raiding and it's combat systems, and I'm like, bleh, like complete vomit. But then I go in, and then it's not a love and hate relationship at all. It's simply that I am focused only on the fun that I'm having with my friends in the moment, and that is what carries me legitimately. I still don't like the fights, and I still don't trust talk. I don't go like, you know what? Let me explain to you why I don't like Final Fantasy. Like, no, I keep that shit for my stream and for my conversations with my friends outside of the raid. But in the raid, you could not tell that I don't like Final Fantasy. You would, in fact, think that you could interpret it wrongly as in she's having so much fun, that she's being so sprightly and she's being like, you know, the heart of the party and talking and laughing and making jokes. Yeah, that happens. I'm not negative. That's the difference. It's like I said before, I cannot differentiate out of character in character, but I can differentiate game and friends, and playing with friends and playing a game. I can differentiate extremely well. And so I'm wondering now, why did I say that? I said that because what if she is not like Bran? What if she needs people to be positive little sunflowers? And if they aren't, she goes like, ah. But at the same time, she's also like, oh, if we don't clear in a couple of runs, then you're not a good player, and I will just simply discard you because, you know, these fights, to quote, are so easy that you can just go in blind and without watching a guide and without knowing anything, just any player can go blind, do it in two pools, that's it. I'm starting to see a picture, or that I don't know. I see a pattern here for her. I really, really just I'm listening to this person, and I'm going like, you you're suspicious. You're very suspicious, especially because like there were some statements, like for example, enabling lethargic gameplay, allowing idiots to set up your pace of how you play, but not allowing you to set how you play, even though you didn't even set out to do that at all to begin with. And like, it's just, I don't know, like, and the quality of life video, and then the other thing about the story, and like then I don't know, she really seems to be like self-reporting here like so much at this point. I don't know, like, I have nothing personal against her. I don't know her, but this image that I see from this, um, it's not good for me. I don't know. I am getting, I'm getting fed up with your bullshit. Um, but who knows? I just that is like, if you ask me, and this is my stream, and I can express myself however the fuck I want. Although usually I'm very open with my expressions. But right now, if you ask me, okay, so you've listened to this far, what do you think? And I would say, well, I think this person is a bullshitter. Like, I don't know, there's something off. Like, some statements are weird, some contradictions in there, a little bit of self-reporting. It sounds like she's actually positively toxic, or toxically positive. Sorry, it's different. But she doesn't understand that. It's I don't know what's going on. It's a little bit. I'm getting fed up. Like, I don't want. I have very little patience at this point. I want to see her video about Guild Wars, but I wanted to see this first, and I think that was a mistake because I'm getting really fed up with her attitude.
Up. It took me out of that grave that that my morale was in, and we came back above the ground, okay, and we actually had a little bit of hope. And I don't think I ended up clearing with that party, but I still appreciate them, and it's part of the reason that I'm making this video, because it just is like this lived experience that proved to me how important it is to be positive, to be friendly, to have a good attitude, and if you don't have one, to just shut the F up. Like, don't don't talk, and maybe take a break if you're really at
Yeah, because you're not allowed to be negative in any way. Just shut up or be positive. Thank you. So no toxic positivity, huh? Okay, gotcha.
that point. So kind of moving on with this, I was saying that the toxicity from chaotic, I felt rubbed off on me. It left a little residual on me, and I am a little embarrassed to admit it, and I feel sorry about this, and I feel sorry that I felt this way. But so I was one night doing chaotic, or I was trying to, and then my static pinged like our whole group, and they were like, "Hey, we're doing P12S unsynced for the axolotl mount. Does anyone want to come?" And I was like, "You know what? Chaotic has been a drag. I really don't want to do it anymore." I don't think I'd been doing it for that long that day. I'm like, let me go with my friends, these people that I like, that I enjoy hanging out with. Let me do something I actually like, want to do and enjoy, and people that I like spending time with. Like, let me do that. So I ditched chaotic and I went with them instead, and we didn't have a full party. We were missing, I think, like 2 people. Because that group that we have, like, we've got a bunch of people. Sometimes we have more than a full party, sometimes not everyone can make it, and it was just kind of like a casual, like, hey, who wants to kind of thing, and we didn't have a full 8. So I remember we got this tank, and if you're watching, I sincerely apologize. Please don't feel bad. This is all me. This is all me being toxic. It's not you. But we got this
I'll be the judge of that. I'm ominously listening.
tank, and most of us were at different levels of like whether we'd been through P12S or not. Like, I had never been there at all. And then some of the people
Oh, well, let's hold you to your standards. You better have cleared in 2 wipes.
from my static had, we were kind of at varying levels of experience, right? But I'd never even stepped foot in there, and neither had this tank. So, one of the first few mechanics in P12S, you have the party in the back and the tanks in the front, and the tanks have to invuln. And someone in the group explained to this tank that we got from Party Finder, it wasn't somebody that we knew, that they needed to invuln this mechanic. And they said, okay, can you tell me what the skill is called? Because I can do it, but I don't know what that is. And I thought, this person doesn't know what their invuln is. I thought, oh my god, we are gonna be here forever. We're never gonna clear. And I started having like all these like toxic feelings about it, right?
Those aren't toxic feelings. This is just normal. I'm telling you, this is like she's you know what she is so far? I think, yeah, I don't think she's full of bullshit. I think she's insufferable at this point. But no, please, like, yeah, I will go on. 1 second. I will go on. And you know what? Like, I'm sorry for letting her talk in big swaths. Uh, it's just that, like, I'm trying to figure out. I know that maybe some of you are of the opinion of like, oh my god, if you're reacting to content, then the person who did the content is the one who did the thing. No, I'm actually providing like very thorough fucking commentary. I'm not just going like blah 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 blah. Um, it is transformative enough, I would argue. Anyway, that wasn't the point. The point is, sorry for allowing her to talk in big swathes without saying anything. My intention isn't to replay her content or to piggyback off it. Like, I don't give a shit, honestly. Um, to me, it's more like I need to let her develop her points a little bit more because it also pays off because she really fucking goes into very weird territories. So I'm very interested. I have like macabre curiosity at this point, like morbid curiosity. And that's why as we go on and on, I'm kind of letting her roll her tongue a little bit more. Um, Trust me, it's not because I'm bored. It's not because I want to piggyback the content. I'm I want to genuinely see how deep this rabbit hole might be going.
Where I was just like, oh my god, we've got this like total noob who like doesn't know what they're doing. Like those were the kinds of feelings that I was starting to have. And some of you might be thinking like that my feelings are justified. But here's what I want to say. Not only did this person do the thing well, because once we told them what the name of their invuln was, what the skill was called, they did just fine. Later, I had missed a day of prog because P12S, even unsynced, is actually quite punishing because the majority of the mechanics are every single person has to do it perfectly or you wipe, like the entire group wipes. It's like body check after body check. So even unsynced, like you have to do all of the mechanics correctly. Like it's not something you can just YOLO. Like you literally have to know what you're doing, unfortunately. So I missed a day with that.
Wait, you can't YOLO it? What, you, the queen of to wipe and clear in a blind fight in current Savage? Are you what? Are you for real? My queen, what's happened to you?
Them. And so I didn't know a certain mechanic when I came in with them later. And not only did this person that I was thinking in my head toxically the first time that they were like a noob and it was going to take us forever, they, when I came back, knew how to do the mechanic that I didn't know how to do and were explaining it to me. To me, this person that, like, I'm not like a super raider or anything.
And yet, that's what you allude to.
I've done like 2 tiers now and like the chaotic raid and a bunch of extremes, right? Like I'm not like a crazy, I've never done an ultimate, but still, me, someone with raiding experience who was like thinking that they're a noob and whatnot, and who I've like
Okay, and
quote
the
unquote
point
bragged
being,
before about how good
nothing.
I am. Listen, I'm a gray parser, okay? It's crazy how friendly they are because none of them sleep. Like normally when I don't sleep, I don't have a good attitude.
Okay,
Social game. Like what is it supposed to be about? And obviously is also when you're doing lower level content. If you see someone who's struggling, I think a lot of us we want to help that person. Like there's kind of two
I don't want to help anyone. I don't know, not anymore. I'm just like whatever. I'll just carry. I guess I don't care.
reactions. One will be like they're doing it wrong and we want to help them because we know they're doing it wrong.
No, no, that is just why. Just ask them. Like, okay, so for me, it's like if we wipe, this is a great coincidence because I had a wipe in this dungeon in this place, and all I did was like in the boss there, not this particular place. And all I did was like, hey, somebody needs a refresher on the mechanics, and they were like, to be honest, yeah. Then I said, okay, well, use the device, grab the bomb, put it under the boss, kill the ads, avoid AoE. That's it. It worked. We cleared it. That's it.
Or whatever.
But I wasn't like, do you want help? Like, should I go slow? Should I like? No, I don't know.
But then there's also the people that are like annoyed that people are doing stuff wrong, not even just in lower level content. There's always been this sentiment of like, you're max level. You've gotten all the way to max level, so you should know what you're doing by now. And while I do understand where that's coming from, I also feel like some people are just bad at video games and it's like a normal mode roulette. It's not a big deal. Some people just need more room and more time to practice. and maybe they're on a different job than they normally
So are you saying? So wait a minute. So why are you saying this now? But then in the previous story that you said, you were like, we were all worried when that person didn't know they're in Vuln. What happened to the attitude that you are describing now? Granted, she's saying that she feels she was toxic then, but what I'm saying is like you're bouncing between one end and the other in a ping pong of self blame avoidance, which leads nowhere other than being passive aggressive and shackled by your own concepts of inability and perfection. You are like she's literally uh, chasing after her own tail completely and making a mess in the process, maybe shitting all over the fucking carpet with some wild statements in there. Like she's it feels like she's like trying to shake off herself a little bit. Like it's so weird because she doesn't need to justify her behaviors to begin with. Like it's such a convoluted thing. I mean, this is I'm not a psychoanalyst, but like holy shit, this is interesting.
play. We don't really know, and I feel like it's important to be positive and have
Oh
nice
no, I
vibes with
don't want you
people,
to tell me
and it's
that.
okay to try to help them. And yeah, just don't be a jerk. And if it's something where like
Just nah, no, I can't. All right, okay. So what were we doing then? We were going from here into here. That was the original purpose. Let's do it.
Hi friends, Itheria here, and today
Community makes them more okay.
it just was not hooking me whatsoever. I gave it a try because my friend is a really big fan of WoW. I mean, I know a few people that really like that game, and I've often kind of complained about the way healing works in Final Fantasy XIV and how it's way more DPS centric, and how I have to do like Savage or Extreme to really get this feeling that I actually have to press healing buttons, in most cases anyway. So my friend thought maybe I would like WoW because healers heal there. They're not DPS centric
Why
like
are we
Guild
talking
Wars 2.
about WoW
But I
and why
just
is
couldn't
this
get
keeping
into it.
loading?
However, with Guild Wars 2, I'm
Wait, what? No, I don't
finding
need
it
that.
way easier to get into, and I do think part of that is the game itself, but I
Whatever.
think another really big
We can
part of
leave it
it
here.
is that I have a community. Because a bunch of people in my Discord server were playing, my closest friend started playing it, and all of that hype like around the game made me want to try it too. Like my
Okay, so the thing about having your own community to try things with, like literal your own community, can definitely affect what you think about the game. I'll leave it at that.
friends are playing this game and I want to try it with them. And another cool thing is that there actually were a couple people in my Discord that have played Guild Wars 2 for quite some time. So we had those veteran players already to help
Burpees.
us with the game, especially me, because Guild Wars 2 is a game that involves builds. And I've said time
Oh, not builds. Not builds, not the builds. Keep them away from me.
and time again that
I can't fucking understand reading for shit. I can't understand like how to even copy a build and use that. Like, okay. Oh my god.
I'm not necessarily into builds, but we will talk more on that later because, spoiler alert, I actually don't really mind it with Guild Wars.
Oh, oh, Queen. What a revelation. Okay, and I'll stop being sarcastic, but it's easy to be because she's just yeah.
But anyways, yes, I think that having a community and having veteran players, and one of our veteran players is like just about as veteran as you can get. Apparently, he played the game since it was in like beta or something.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know, but he's got like a bunch of the legendary gear.
Doesn't matter.
It just feels like he has all these achievements in the game and like
Doesn't matter.
all these things in the game that are like long grinds because he's been playing for so long. And
Doesn't
it's
matter.
genuinely really cool because we just have somebody with us that knows a ton about the game
Not necessarily.
and is like a really strong player too. So
How would you tell?
whenever we get stuck, we can just ask him for help.
You can ask the wiki for help.
And he's nice enough to actually come and help us all. That's a big thing too, because I feel like in any MMO, you have veteran players, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they want to help you. And I don't necessarily blame people for that either, because like I'm technically a bit of a veteran player here in Final Fantasy XIV, and I'm not always in the mood to help people either. Like sometimes you just want to spend your time doing your own stuff.
Why? Is it implied then that she, on average, goes around like Mother Teresa and just try to help people? And I wonder if she does that by being toxically positive, in the way of like, hey, what you're doing is easy. You got this. It's so easy. We will do it to wipes. I wonder if that's the case, because it would track with what the other video that we watched,
Like, you know,
and that will be very tiring for her. I understand that. She shouldn't be doing it.
you have limited time to play and you want to do your own thing. You don't necessarily want to help people. And it's not because you like
Also, I wasn't throwing shade on her friend. I am just stating a very clear fact that I have confirmed a billion times over, which is literally that you can have all the achievements, all the legendaries, all the everything, billions of hours, if that is even possible, and still be a useless clutch. So yeah, and I've seen that. So I don't know the context here.
don't like them or just hate helping people. It's just that like, no, I've got like this amount of time and
Anyways,
to be a yap video. I said at the start, this is gonna be a long one. So strap in. This is like your I talk this is like a podcast at this point. But anyways, so the first thing that you do when you play any MMO is create your character, right? So I want to talk about the race options because
okay.
this video, this podcast, whatever you want to think of it as, is a little bit of like, I don't want to call it like my first impressions because I think I've been playing long enough to be kind of beyond that point.
Far from, I would say, but that's what makes this video interesting, and that's why I'm watching it. And I'm just so curious.
But it is like my new player experience a little bit. And so I do want to talk about the races just because for me, and I think for a lot of people, being able to create and customize your own character is an important thing. Now, Guild Wars 2 is a really old game. I some degree a decent like range of races because you have your like very human type races with your Norn and your literal humans. Then you have some more like beast style races with I think they're called Char. Then you have the Asura, which aren't really beasts, but they look like rats. Actually, they look like Dobby. I'm so sorry if you like Asura. I just called them rats, but I don't know. I'm sorry. They look
Everyone calls them rats.
like Dobby the house elf from Harry Potter. That's what they look like. I don't know what to tell you. Um, then you have, I actually think these are really cool, the Solari. Um, I don't think it's like like I don't foresee myself like maining it or anything, but I think it's like a fun idea because they're like plant people, which you really don't see a lot in games. I feel like there's one more that I'm missing or forgetting, but yeah, I mean, I think there's like some decent options available to you. I do wish there were more. Like it's not like there's as many races as you have in 14 or
Of course, the comparison was coming. Listen, um, let's be realistic here. Guild Wars 2 races shit all over anything Final Fantasy has done. If you remove your goon spectacles for a moment and just see it realistically, what are the races in Final Fantasy? Numerically, they are more, yes. But what are the races actually? They are all extremely close to human, uh, literally human, but with accessories. So you have a human that has a cat tail and cat ears. Their face is a bit rounder, granted. Sorry, but even cat ears look like just short humans with like cat features. That's it. Then you have bunnies, which are just humans with bunny ears. Like legitimately, that's it. They look a little bit rodent like in the face, but you have to squint to see that. They look like basically just supermodels with bunny ears. That's all. Um, what else? You have the Hrothgar, and that's the only actual different race. And then you have like Lalafell, which I'm sorry, but like I don't want to talk about that. I've talked about Lalafell quite a lot, and to me, that race shouldn't even exist. Granted, realistically, they are different enough. What? What are you saying? What are you saying there? I don't. No, you're okay. Um, they're different enough because they are like children, but I don't want to go into that. And in this case, it's a negative than a positive. I would always pick a more monster-like race, like the Asura in Guild Wars, over as a small people race, over the concept of a small people race being literally fucking children that you can sexualize, and people do sexualize them. So please, let's drop it. Let's just stick to the fact that literally they like races in Final Fantasy barely matter. Everyone will flock to whichever race has the most goth mommy vibe at the moment, uh, at any given moment. That's what happens. Stats don't matter. There is not much difference in animations. Um, or if there is difference, it is not difference based on the race's characteristics and physical traits, but more like differences as in their characters as the developers intended them. For example, Viera, who are the humans with bunny ears, they act a little bit more cold. They're literally just queens. Like, they're like this slay queen kind of thing, that they're very like chic and very elegant and reserved and all that, like a little bit faux as well. That's a FAUX, like that kind of faux. Um, so what I'm trying to say is that their animations aren't governed by their characteristics, which makes them less unique. Um, Whereas, for example, a Tsar would run the Beast Race in Guild Wars that she mentions. They run on all four, for example, which no other race does. Uh, that's not a demeanor. That's a animation based on their shape. I'm just trying to tell you, if you really think that Final Fantasy's races shit over Guild Wars 2 races, that is probably because you're thinking with your dick. Real talk.
WoW. So I do wish there was more, especially because I don't feel like there's one that like really suits me. And here's why.
And nothing wrong thinking with your dick. But don't try to pretend that there is any other reason that you're saying what you're saying.
So I ended up picking Norn, and I think out of all the races available, it is my favorite for two reasons. One, I like the face options the best, just like the way the faces look. I just like them the best. And then two, they actually have really long hair, like butt length hair. It's incredible. 14 could never. I wish 14 would. Stop giving it only to the NPCs and the bosses. I swear to God, I don't care if it clips.
I don't get this whole infatuation with super long hair, but that is like a completely different discussion. Nothing against what she's saying. That's her taste. That's no problem. I would, in fact, argue that MMOs and especially Final Fantasy needs to stop with a simple long hair number 5, simple long hair number 6, simple long hair number 7. And then you have some not so simple long hair number 8, not so simple long hair. Like, give us like actual like mohawks, dreadlocks, whatnot, because yes, there is an option for dreadlocks, but it is, oh my god, it's horrendous and it's only one. So it is completely, the ratio is disproportionate and completely skewed and favors exactly what she favors. And therefore, now we can paint a picture here why she picked Norn and long hair and why she thinks that Final Fantasy's races and customization are so fucking great.
I don't care if it clips through my ass. Actually, I kind of care a little bit. But like, I just, come on, Yoshi P. Dev team, hello. Just, ooh, give me the long hair.
No, please don't. Please fucking don't. Please don't, because like we don't have enough short hair that looks legitimate. We don't have, and I can make a whole fucking stream about hair in Final Fantasy because they are absolutely atrocious unless you're going for long hair.
Weirdly, though, in Guild Wars 2, the humans do not have long hair. They have Final Fantasy 14 long hair, which isn't long, it's like shoulder length or like shoulder blade length, where it's just like very high on the back. But I want waist length hair. I want ass length hair. I want hair to the ground. Give me like stupidly long hair. I want Rapunzel hair. Like I need actual long hair, not like I don't know, normal person in real life long hair. Like this is it's a
I mean, what am I expecting from a VTuber? Yeah, okay.
factor way long ago, like 8-ish years ago, and I played the game for like 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month most. And
Okay.
so now like kind of moving into the glam. Oh, do I have mixed feelings about the glam in this game? And I'd say it's more of the system.
But she can't. So, okay, I'm gonna say this in the nicest way. You cannot have had enough time and investment to actually go into the glam system. Guild Wars 2 has a big problem with this. If you're starting the game, glam sucks. And then you hit finally Xanthir Wilds and yeah, Soto a bit. Like a bit, I'd say Soto is very low on that list. But then you hit Xanthir and come on, and Visions of Eternity especially, and then that really picks up. But I know, of course, that she could have jumped directly into that. That's fine, but we don't know. Like, what's the context? Like, because I don't feel like we're getting a context. She said that she's like, okay, 1 month, that's fine. And in 1 month, if she started from the start, and she looks like a person and sounds like a person, not looks, but sounds like a person, based on her own words about story, about how she values like taking her time and all that. I would be surprised if she went directly for the expansions that Glamour starts being viable. So I'm expecting that her opinion is very likely based on starting Glamours. So I'm so curious here how she can make this statement and what she based it on. But let's see.
Than the glam itself. Maybe it's a little bit of both. First of all, I mean, it's the kind of the system that hurts me because I talked about the transmutation charges in my other video about like the things we take for granted in 14. And
14 is a subscription game. This one isn't. Um, you will be swimming in transmutation charges if you know what you're doing, by the way. Not a good system, not a fan of it. Just gently saying, if you know what you're doing, and especially you have friends helping you, they can tell you how to obtain a lot of transmutation charges for free. I currently have like 400 of them. Like, I don't even know what to do with them. And I didn't know how to get to them. And now we have Wizard's Vault and other stuff, and I just, yeah. And the trap here is just don't immediately go for the glamming system. Reach end game, get access to glamours you want, get ascended gear, then you glam. Pointers. That's all. Just giving a pointer. So I understand that her frustration was with transmutation charges as a starting player, and of course that her opinion is going to be skewered completely by the fact that indefensibly starting glamours in Guild Wars 2 are caca.
people keep coming
But that's also the thing. You cannot compare to Final Fantasy in that way.
commenting on that video being like, oh, they're not even that hard to get this or that. And I'm like, I don't think you understand how quickly I get bored of my outfits. Like I get bored and want to change my outfit incredibly quickly. And it's actually kind of really a problem for me in this game because I have limited transmutation charges.
Go get legendaries then. First of all, second of all, again, like you'll be swimming. Like I'm not refusing her experience. I'm giving you tips on how to not have her experience. It should have been easier, but it's not. I'm not defending it, but this is your solution. Embrace it.
And so the best that I can do for myself is just like dye my glam a different color, which I will say in the game's favor, tons of dyes.
And free, unlike Final Fantasy, because if you want to speak about like transmutation charges, can we also speak about dyes that are being sold on the fucking cash shop? Because yes, Final Fantasy has a subscription, but also on top of the subscription, a cash shop. Let that sink in a bit.
So many dyes, so many colors. Um, and you usually have like 2 to 4 dye channels. So definitely a really good dye system. Definitely a really good dye system. Sometimes overwhelming almost at times.
No, it is not overwhelming at all. That is like just what? How are you overwhelmed? Are you like what? Like attention span of 5 seconds? Anyway, no. The thing is that like in her other videos, she's like, oh yeah, we should not take for granted the die system of Final Fantasy, and compares it to Guild Wars, and you're like, are you serious? Are you fucking dumb or something? Like legitimately, I hate insulting for real, but like that's a dumb argument. That's a dumb comparison, and it's already like a lost cause. It's a closed case. It's done. Like you can't fucking compare. I'm sorry.
But a really good dye system. And it's saving me a little bit. The other thing is like they have outfits which are basically one pieces. Like if you think about in Final Fantasy 14, like the Omega attire that's on the Mog Station, it's like that. Where or like the Gaia outfit, where it's just like you just put it on, it's just that one piece, and you don't really get to customize it beyond like dyeing it. That is how it is in Guild Wars 2 with some options. Like that's what outfits are. You can obviously use gear pieces that you have gotten before in the game. It'll save them as skins, so you don't have to like save them the way that you did in 14. So that system is better. But the transmutation charges things just gets me because they're limited. I don't care what people say, like they're limited and they're too limited for me. I really don't care what you
Yes, they are too limited for you because nobody in their infinite wisdom sat there and told you, hey, once you have your ascended gear, which should happen very fast if you have somebody helping you as she does, you can then sit there and farm the transmutation charges, and that should be enough. I do understand that she likes to change her outfit very often. I get that. Um, I guess then that this system doesn't resonate well. But for me, it's like the opposite. Personally, I just make 5 or 6 good glamours. Then that's it. That's enough for me. I don't care. Which is not to again cancel her opinion, just offering mine on top of hers. Um, Even in Final Fantasy, I have like 6 different glamours. That's it. And then also, um, if we take a look at like cosmetics mods, seriously, you can have like 100, and then you come up with one mixed outfit or two. That's it. That's the kind of person that I am. So, and the same in Skyrim with mods. And so, I don't know. We come from completely different perspectives. I can see how transmutation charges is a little bit of an archaic system. Um, I wish they removed it. But then again, legendary weapons and you get transmutation charges very, very easily and very, very often. If you don't, you're doing something wrong. Ask somebody to tell you and explain to you. And once you work towards being able to attain them, then that's permanent. And from that point on, you will never have a problem.
think. I do not care if you think they're easy to get. I just don't care because it's like even in the Wizard Vault thing, which is like you can do these daily tasks and get this currency and whatnot. And I think you can get like 30 transmutation charges with it, and it resets every like I want to say few
Month.
months. I'm not
No, 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 no. Not a few months. A month, I think.
entirely sure, but it's like long enough to be like, if you think that I cannot and will not want to use that many charges within that time and then still need more, you're just wrong. You are just wrong.
No, they're not wrong. It's just that you don't know how to get more, which it is understandable. But for example, seasonal events, you can get a fuck ton. Uh, Achievements give you some blah blah. Like you can get around. Not as freely as Final Fantasy, but there are some reasons which I don't agree with that make sense for the business model. Again, I don't agree with those reasons, but they're there for they're reasonable. That's why I call them reasons. Um, I don't like it either. But is the glam system as a whole bad? I would say no.
I log into Final Fantasy 14 I look at my outfit some days and I go, I don't feel like wearing that anymore. I switched my outfit yesterday probably like 3 times. Sometimes I just go through the outfits just to look at them and see which one I feel like wearing and see them in the world. You can't do that. You cannot do that in Guild Wars 2, and it's a way bigger problem than it is in 14 because at least in 14, the preview try-on has accurate colors, where in Guild Wars 2, oh my god, the lighting and the colors are so awful.
I will disagree here. Your preview window will always show you your outfit in neutral lighting. After that, every area that you go to has a certain theme in Guild Wars, which for me is an artistic choice that makes sense and I really enjoy, so that I don't look at the same thing all the time. Whereas in Final Fantasy, it feels like most of the time weather conditions and lighting conditions are bland and your character looks the same. So I guess it's really just taste. It's very subjective. But your preview window will always show neutral lighting. And if you care for fidelity, you should go with that as your measurement for color, intensity, contrast, and hue. Um, is it color accurate when you preview an outfit? Yes, it is. So I don't know what she's talking about. If I preview an outfit or a skin, it will display the colors that I'm currently using. Since it is free and easy to change your colors, you could just do that. I understand not wanting to compromise your design and then forget what color you were using. I get that. At the same time, you can save your outfits and then reapply them if you change something. Let's say I want to check something. I have my saved outfit in Guild Wars, and then I go and check something. I don't like the colors that I see it in because they're my current colors. I change those temporarily without like necessarily overriding my plates. And then I preview, and then it shows those colors, and then that's it. Could it have been easier? Absolutely. Is it impossible? No.
It's like you look at the preview of your character wearing the outfit, and then you look at your character, like, and like in the real world with the
Yeah, this is because her outfit is blue, and the lighting is of this color that it is, and it results in hair. Also, do note that this lighting is very specific in the area. You're sitting at an inn. There is like a hearth. It is a lot of beige and gray colors, and from there it's like the warmth of the hearth, and whatever candle fire is coming from the bar that is where we're looking at her character from. It makes sense that lighting would change a lot of things on this fabric and everything. Again, I'm not defending exactly, but she's picking a worst of the worst situation. It is if she just went outside, for example, of this inn, because you can see that she's an instance, right? And I know the story instance she's in, by the way. It's kind of funny. But if she just goes out, the differences are not going to be so huge. First of all, that. And second, this is not showing the wrong colors. This is simply, as I said, neutral lighting, non neutral lighting, because you're in the game world. I don't understand how she doesn't understand that and just goes like, oh, it shows you the wrong colors. Like, do you know how lighting works? Anyway,
dies. I guess this isn't too much of a problem because it's like not the transmutation charge because dying is free, but like holy crap, is it off? Like the colors are so off.
they're not off. You just don't understand how simulated lighting works on a 15 to 20 years old engine, by the way. So I'm not making excuses, but also not understanding how lighting works and going like, oh, the colors are wrong. I wonder if I shine on her a green flashlight, is she going to be like completely stunned and overwhelmed by how her skin is green now? Is she gonna be like, oh my god, reality is bending? What did you do? Like, be for real, please.
But anyway, I digress. The glam I have mixed feelings about. Mostly the transmutation charges I just hate because I would probably change my
Okay. Uh,
combat or like the combat build system and like stuff like that. So let's talk about the combat then. So first off, one thing I want to say. I want to play a healer because I love healing. And there is healing in this game, and it is important. It is helpful to have healers and
It is extremely important, actually.
or shielders, and also people to provide buffs called boons. But I specifically wanted to play a healer, so my friends recommended that I play Necromancer because it has a healing spec. It's kind of more of a shield healer, to be honest, and I play White Mage in 14, so I'm kind of more into like pure, like fat
Then I wonder why your friend suggested Necromancer in that case. That is so weird.
healy kind of healers. And I'm gonna try an Elementalist in the future. I'm actually see, this is the thing that will get me to buy the new expansion sooner than later, is the new like elite spec that's coming for Elementalist, because apparently it can make it like even better for healing. So I don't know, but I wanted to play a healer, so my friends recommended Necromancer with the Scourge spec because it is a shield healer, and Necromancer is one of the easier jobs to play, especially with your new if you're new to the game and you're still like learning the ropes, because it has like, I don't know, it's pretty tanky, and you get like a second health bar. Basically, you go into this.
So, okay, I have to say, you don't go into a second health bar. Like, can I please dispel this misconception? So, allow me. Necromancer is straightforward, and I definitely recommend it for starting players because it is straightforward and because your resource bar, that's what people think is a second health or a shield. It is not. Uh, can buffer against damage. Here is a kicker. You don't want that. If you can't understand why, I feel bad for you. It's in the words. It's your resource bar. You are in fact supposed to not use it to tank, but it can save your life. You just shouldn't use it as a second health bar.
Shroud state, and
Not for open world. For open world, just do whatever the fuck you want. Enjoy the game any way you want. Just enjoy the game. Just, it doesn't matter. Make any build you want. It doesn't matter. It's designed that way so that you can actually have as much fun as possible in open world and nothing matters. Legitimately. In endgame, if you're in CMs, for example, or in a raid, and I see you tanking with your resource meter, I'll be like, what? And of course, coming from the other side, if I see you playing Necromancer and you're doing shit damage with such an easy spec, I know exactly what's happening. You are using your resource meter to basically stand in shit. Good job. Now you have no DPS, and when that runs out, you will die. Nice.
and then like anything that hits you is like not really actually, I mean, it's still hitting you, and like you're not gonna lose any HP that would make you die. You're losing like your shroud bar, which can also be used for DPS skills, but yeah, it's kind of like this cool little haha you can't kill me. Like
No, it really is not. It really isn't, though. Oh my god.
if you're about to die, you just go into shroud. Haha, you can't kill me. And then by the time you're out of it, your heal is probably
Don't do that. Go into Shroud when your rotation tells you to, so that you can actually do your job, which is DPS, and stop using it as a second health. Like, please.
back up. Maybe you've killed the thing, maybe it's leaving you alone and is attacking somebody else. Like, it's really cool. Scourge though, I do lose my shroud thing and I get like shields instead. And they are pretty meaty shields, so it's not too bad of a loss, but I do kind of miss it. I kind of really liked the shroud, so it kind of sucks. But the reason that I actually brought this up is because I actually wish I would have started with a DPS spec first. Because so you get these things called elite specifications, which are basically, I guess, like the best part of
Scourge is a very capable DPS, especially for open world. You will have no trouble.
your build that gives you, I don't know, like the best skill thingamabobbers. I really don't know how to explain it, but you basically
How do you mean? I don't know how to explain it. Like, can't you ward? Can't you fucking speak? Like, then again, it took her so long to describe that how a hit point shield works, that it doesn't surprise me. I'm sorry, but this is not a personal attack, but also is in a way. Like, girl, just please learn to speak, because like yeah, I'm not the best either, but this is like ridiculous. And I'm not talking about the specifications, specializations kind of mistake that she made, but like not only is she factually wrong because all of these elite specializations can do various roles. So it's not like she started with healer. I wish I hadn't started with healer. You didn't start with a healer. You started with Scourge. Scourge can DPS. It can also be a healer. What, like, how high are you, legitimately? How fucking high are you right now? I don't, and you don't understand how the elite skills work. You don't understand that the skill that goes here is like your elite. Like it even says it in the description. Like how can you fucking are you? This is trolling. Like I don't know. This cannot be.
You have this build tab, and you get like 3 little specialization things that you can use. And the elite spec, you're always gonna want to have one of those if you can. On every like job that you try, so if you're playing necromancer, there's going to be 3 elite specializations, and you can only use like one elite one at a time, but overall you're going to have like 3 specializations. So when you're leveling up, you're going to see this like
You're not overall going to have 3 specializations. You can have quite a few. Reaper can do, for example, Condi DPS or DPS. Scars can do healing or can do Condi DPS, if I remember correctly. Harbinger can do quickness DPS and DPS. Like you don't have 3. You have more than 3, but you do have 3 elite specs. That is true.
thing called training, and it's going to show you these like other specializations like curses or blood magic, or death magic or whatever for necromancer, for example. And so you get to use 3 total, so you can use 1 elite one and then
Also, isn't there a 4th? Isn't like the new thing now? But maybe it wasn't out back then. Like when is this video? Let me see, bro. Okay. She did say she didn't have the recent expansion. Okay.
2 of the other ones. And this is like your build. And so blood magic for me as a necromancer can allow you to use your staff to to heal people, right? And it's all like ground AoE healing. And then the elite spec Scourge is what gives you like the shields, and like it's not really healing, it's shields. And it is a strong healer because the shields are really strong, and then you also have this like heal called Well of Blood, and then you also have all of the little staff heal things. Some of them are kind of regen, so like that's what makes it good. And a lot of people consider it like an S tier quote unquote healing job, with Scourge being like an S tier quote unquote healing spec.
But it is a healing spec. I don't understand what her quarrel with it being called a healer spec. I mean, if you go into Final Fantasy, Sage and Scholar are healers. What's the problem? I whatever. Moving on.
I don't know, I consider it shields because I'm just like, that's not heals, that's shields.
Yeah. So yeah, it's still healing. Okay.
But anyways, my point in explaining all this is that I wish I would have unlocked my elite specialization for DPS first, which is Reaper for Necromancer.
But you can also do Scars DPS and it's fine.
My friend went around helping me get a bunch of hero points, which is what you need to unlock all of these things. And we unlocked Scourge, and we did a little Scourge build, and then we did like another build, which was a DPS build, but it was using only like the core specializations, not the elite ones. And the reason I feel like, and this would be my advice also to anybody who's like new to the game.
Oh my god. Okay, so if you're so new and you're ready to give advice, I'm all ears.
Even if you want to play healer, I would say try to use like a core healing spec without any elite specializations and do your DPS spec first, unless you're genuinely constantly playing with
What?
other people, because I'm just playing through like the main story quest and doing a lot of stuff alone, and I do ask for help when I need it, but like most of it is like just me playing alone, and that's how I play 14 too. Like I do like to play alone. I do.
So does she realize that healers in this game actually do DPS? Does she realize that you can spec in a way that gives you self-sustain and also DPS? And there are gear stats that promote this? Like, Please don't give advice.
enjoy just kind of like chilling out and relaxing and just doing things at my own pace. So the thing is, what happens though is like Guild Wars 2, though healers are useful, it feels like the majority of the content in the game that you're probably going to do, at least like when you're new, especially like if you're going to go through the story like I am and kind of be like working your way through that, it's just a lot of DPS stuff. And it's helped.
What? Okay, so this is a lot to unpack. This is so much to fucking unpack that I'm getting lost in the sauce here. Listen, girl, I'll just set it straight. I'm not gonna go through what you're saying. I'll just tell you how facts are. Okay, if you are alone, you don't care about healing others. Therefore, what do you care? If you want to play a healer that only heals and be alone, that's your problem. You're just trying to fucking drive in a car with square wheels. That's not how you do. That's why in Final Fantasy healers DPS, which brings me to the point of why are you complaining? Because in Final Fantasy healers are DPSs essentially. They're basically green DPS. You've never heard of this before? I how is that possible? Um, so in that regard, actually healing is better in fucking Guild Wars because you do heal. You're in a group environment and you're healing, and your DPS is gonna drop because you're specking for healing. It's that simple. If you want self-sustain so that you feel like, okay, I'm a hybrid of healer, but I can also do damage, but I'm also healing, then you go for a hybrid. And there are stat lines that promote that. And then you'll get the feeling you want. And if you want to DPS, you can also spec more into DPS, but still keep gear that actually lets you self-sustain a bit more. You have a bit more health, a bit more toughness, and usually this will make it through the day. It will help you make it through the day. If that, like, how can you have an issue with that? I don't understand. It is more nuanced than Final Fantasy. It allows for more customization to fit your playstyle, and it gives you the experience of do you want to be purely healing and buffing? You can do that. What's the problem? I'm gonna skip this.
If you can like solo things. So for me, like I just feel like I'm
Yeah, okay. Bye.
just like not a DPS spec, and I finally was just like to our friend that I mentioned earlier that's been playing the game forever, and I was just like, "Can you cart me around to get more hero points?" Because
Okay, bye. Weapon swapping. Let's see.
moving on to like the combat in general and like the builds and kind of how they work. So in Guild Wars 2, usually
I don't like. Okay, so here's the problem with first impression videos like this. People say first impressions. People say I haven't really played, and then they go like, "Let me tell you how this works." Bitch, sit the fuck down. You don't know how this works. I don't care if your friends thinks that they know how it works. You for sure don't. Even if they, advised you properly, there is just no way that you're understanding what they're telling you. I'm sorry. That is the cold reality of it. And MMOs are the games that you can definitely. Oh, hi there. That can definitely be exempt to the rule of if I don't understand it in the first 2 hours, then it's too complicated. Like with MMOs, you have to actually just pay attention for probably more than a month. I'm not gonna lie to you. So her whole fucking spiel here, her whole fucking rant, let's say, is completely wrong. But I'm now so curious about her advice to us as a 1 month veteran player arguing from a point of authority. Let's hear it.
you can have like weapons that you swap between like actively. I think there's two jobs that don't do that, which is weapons that you swap between like actively. I think there's two jobs that don't do that, which is elementalist because they can swap between elements instead, so they're not allowed to swap between weapons, and it feels a little weird, but
I mean, also Bladesborn doesn't swap really. You simply, I mean, you can technically, but in combat you won't. You will have your gun saber and your weapon set. That's it.
they don't. I think what the other one was called engineer, but I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that's part of. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's what people said the other one was, where you don't get to swap your weapons. But like everybody else, you get to swap your weapons. So when I was playing like Scourge, I usually have like an axe and a focus. It looks like a little bell, or like an axe and a warhorn. And that's like one set of weapons. And then the other hand, I have a staff because staff is two-handed, so you hold it with two hands, so you can only hold one at a time. Where when you have the axe, it's one-handed, so you can hold another weapon, and then each one gives you 5 skills. So the cool thing about that is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is like what the default is on your keyboard. And when you swap that, it stays as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like you just pick a button that's easy to reach to swap your weapon. So you don't have like a lot of button bloat, which I really, really like. And then you do have like another like on the other side of like more skills, but some of them you won't press as often, and obviously you can just map those to places that are easy, and those won't really change. Um, but then when you get your elite specialization, depending on what it is, you might have more buttons to press. I do for Scourge, so I had to like map those, and then like I tried Elementalist in the beta because I think it's called Evoker is the new thing that they're
I am so lost. Are we talking weapon swapping? Like what's happening? What is this segment? Weapon swapping. It's everything but weapon swapping
gonna
so
get
far.
in the upcoming expansion in October. And that one I had also
But
some more
okay.
skills for the elite spec, but like Reaper, I don't seem to have any like extra ones that I have to worry about. It's still just like here's all your skills and then here's like Shroud. So that I really like. But I think it's really cool the way that you get to swap between weapons because I do think it like I don't know, it kind of changes things up, changes the pace of what you're doing.
Yeah, that's the point. Let's move on. Combat and mechanics. Let's hear it.
Out. The other thing to think about in terms of combat isn't just like the way that you can switch up your weapons, because I think it is really cool that you can kind of choose whatever weapons you want. You can play with it. You know, you
I feel if I had a debate with this person, we would probably we would probably be yapping for about 8 hours or something, and at the end, we would also not reach any conclusion and probably end up annoyed at each other. That's what I'm getting from how she's speaking about Guild Wars, which is a new game to her, and how she has been speaking about all these topics that honestly just I found very suspicious. Um, I would probably at one point just mentally check out.
can find what weapons you like, and if you're getting bored of a weapon, you could always just be like, you know what, I'm gonna switch my offhand and try something different. Like you can just do that, and I think that's really cool. But I think the other thing to talk about would be like mechanics of the game, of which I have kind
Oh boy. Okay, let's go.
of like mixed feelings. And I think it kind of depends where in the game you're playing. One thing I do really like about the game is that overall, the combat feels really like mid core. The combat actually is pretty engaging because this is one of those games where like you can AFK or try to in like a small city and then you die because it gets contested because an event starts happening.
How is that? Like, what is he on about? Like, these are 5 topics in one, and she goes like, yeah, the first topic connects to the fifth because basically I feel like that. Like, what? What is going on? Okay, so about what she's saying, it is mid-core. I would say Guild Wars in general does reward high skill, but doesn't require high skill. Um, though, of course, it would depend also on what you're trying to achieve, right? Um, but that has nothing to do with what she's saying here. Yes, you can sit at a place, and then if it's the wrong place, it might an event might start, and it might be an invasion, and then you might die. Yeah, that's true. How does that relate with it being mid-core or not mid-core, and with its combat? I'm so fucking confused. I have so many questions.
Event is kind of like a fate where it gets overrun by a bunch of like mobs or bandits or something. So it's one of those games where it really is hard to kind of like tab out and talk to people unless you're in like a foreshore safe zone, like a large city.
She makes it sound like, okay, this is so 40k. This is so fucking grimdark. It's like you're never safe unless you are like huddling together in a small little camp of safety. Everywhere you stand is basically death. Death is all around you. All that awaits for you is death. Don't blink, motherfucker. You're gonna die. Meanwhile, there I am on every map, everywhere, literally just chilling on some kind of tree with my dragon, and I'm like, whatever. What is What is this person's perceptions? Like, what have you been doing, girl? Like, what's going on with you? Like, this is like persecution completely. Like, wherever I stand, unless it's like a Divinity's Reach, I get completely demolished by invading forces. Meanwhile, these events can be large scale, but they're contained. And, like, honestly, I've never seen anyone just chilling somewhere where it's reasonable to chill, and then, like, suddenly getting completely destroyed, not even able to go fucking shit in the toilet or something. Like, that is so weird. Okay.
like any of the starting cities or Lion's Arch, things like that, because otherwise, yeah, you could end up in hot water.
No,
And
you
in further
couldn't.
extension,
Like, you
a lot of
couldn't
the mountains
legitimately. What are you talking about?
long aggro ranges to an annoying degree, apparently, as my friends have said. But it is one of those things where I think it's a really good mid core because it's engaging enough that you can't like easily look away. You're not
Yes, you can. That's not why it's engaging. It is an engaging game, but not because you can't relax. Wow.
necessarily going to get bored. You're kind of always going to be like doing something if you're doing something. Like if you're not just AFKing in a city.
You're gonna be doing something if you're doing something? Okay, game of the year. Game of the fucking year. You're gonna be doing something if you're doing something. That is, to me, at least quadruple A design, and a fair assessment of reality. And then I don't have anything else to say. Let's move on.
You're probably doing something. And while, of course, you can get up and walk away to go get a drink or go to the bathroom and you'll probably be just fine,
You will 100% be fine. Like, I promise you, you're gonna be fine.
it still is a pretty engaging game, but it's not like terribly hard. There are definitely some challenging moments in the game. Like, I had a challenging fight with one of these NPCs.
That's why. That's why you cannot make statements like that. Let's rephrase it. I will translate what she's trying to say.
And while, of course, you can get up and walk away to go get a drink or go to the bathroom and you'll probably be just fine, it still is a pretty engaging game, but it's not like terribly hard. There are definitely some challenging moments.
Okay, the translation here is I don't know what I'm talking about, but I will say it anyway. I think the game is mediocre in difficulty. I also died to an NPC. In story. That's the translation. Moving on.
In the game. Like, I had a challenging fight with one of these
Yeah.
NPCs during the MSQ that I was like, oh man, if I was not Necromancer, I would have died.
No, you wouldn't have. Well, you would have. Regular people who can press buttons probably would be fine. There is nothing. So the challenge in Guild Wars begins once you start wanting to not be on the floor during T4s, and then when you don't want to be on the floor during raiding and CMs. That's where it starts. And where it ends is challenge mode and legendary modes of some strikes. And yeah, you can do them on the floor if you want. People can carry you, definitely. And then you can say, oh, it's rather easy. I was on the floor. And the rest seem to do it fine. It must have been easy, right? But wrong, because first you were on the floor, so definitely it wasn't easy for you. Second, the game is forgiving with carrying, so there is that. And, well, you don't need a third.
But overall, I think it's like not too demanding. You don't really have to be like super duper skilled or anything, but it's still engaging.
And that's why it's mid-core. And that's why I said it can be easy, but if you want to really play well, right, and not be dead weight, you can also do that, and it will reward you because you will feel nice, because combat feels nice. And so when you are using combat to your advantage, you feel nice. It is a nice little equation that not a lot of games actually do correctly, whereas Guild Wars kind of does. It's part of why I like the combat system a lot.
Which I like. At the same token, sometimes I do find the gameplay a little bit boring almost.
Yes, of course you find the gameplay boring because you don't know what you're doing. And you're doing the same thing. I guarantee you, all you're doing is just pressing buttons. You don't even understand what they do. You don't know how to optimize them, and therefore you're just going like, yeah, whatever. I just press everything and things die. I'm willing to put money on that. You're literally going like, okay, I'm in open world story, and like it's kind of boring because everything dies, even though I just died to an NPC. And yeah, that's that. Yeah, and now here that's fact. Now I'm stating it as fact, even though I said this is the first impressions. I'm not saying my opinion is. I'm not saying uh, maybe there was something that I didn't understand. No, you're gonna say immediately, blah 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 blah. Like just talk. Okay, perfect. Congratulations.
Most. Not overall, like I don't want to say that it's an overall thing because it's really not. It's just like sometimes when we're gonna go do something like a world boss or some sort of group event, the way to play is basically everybody groups up in the same spot and you place all of your circles there on that spot, all of your heals, all of your boons, all of your, I don't know, sometimes there's these little circles that give you.
And yet, people die in multitudes in these events because they do that. Have you ever considered that these events are designed to not punish you for dying? Because there's like a fuck ton of other players, so the event can still succeed even though you might go down, and it's not meant to be super challenging. Like there are so many things I can say here.
Like stability and stuff so things can't like knock you down. You just put that all in the cluster where people are standing.
Yeah, and then you wipe because the thing does an AoE. Like specifically this guy also, by the way. These events, so these events that were fractal bosses, but just in the open world, they were wiping people like there's no tomorrow. Like nobody's fucking business. They were, when people clamped to them, you would see corpses, like carpets of corpses. Did the event succeed? Yes, of course, the event succeeded. Did you feel rewarded? No. You probably felt, okay, it's kind of boring because we all just brute force it. It is designed to be brute forced. They don't want it to kill you. You're dying because of your mistakes, but they don't want it to kill you. It's just a world boss. Just go and have fun. This is not the end game experience. So you can't make a statement such as, it's kind of boring sometimes. You just clap together. Please go and clamp together on a raid boss. Please go and clamp together on a raid boss and put your circles down, as you say, and just stay there. Don't move. Just stay there. Please do that. Please do that in demos, which is the easiest raid. Please go and do that. Like please. Or in CMs, go in T4 or CMs and clamp at the boss and just put your circles down and see what happens. Legitimately.
And you don't move. And even if there's like attacks coming your way, you're just gonna stand there and get your shields and get your heals and you're just gonna stand there and not move. And that to me is not fun. I think that's boring.
Yeah, it's boring because you're playing it the wrong way. Because these are not supposed to be skill tests. These are just world events that people gather, they have fun, they stomp the boss, they get the loot, and then that's it. It's just fun to do. Like how are you so fucking dumb? I'm sorry, but like you're dumb at this point. This is the same as going in Final Fantasy, finding a fate, and going like, oh, this is not engaging. Oh my lord, this is no. Oh no, this is boring. You know, I go into fate bosses in Final Fantasy, recent expansion, the current expansion, like Donjon or whatever, Trail Walkers, okay? And I go in there, and there is like a fate boss, which is the equivalent of this, right? And then you just all clamp together, and you kill it. It can't really do anything to you. It has like 2 attacks that might wipe people, which might be stay close or go away, and that's it. And then you beat it, and then you're done, and that's it. So she acts like this is like end game raiding. That's my problem. She acts like this is meant to be like super end game. Sit down.
Game design. I want to be challenged more than that. That's not fun.
Then learn the fucking game and stop yapping about bullshit you don't understand. Oh yeah, I want to be a healer, but also do damage, but also self-sustain, but also damage, but also healer, but also solo, but also with a company. And I want to be an necro, and then I want to do this and that. Like, shut the fuck up, learn the game, go do a fucking harder content, all right? And then you'll understand that even in harder content, yes, it's not the hardest. Yes, you're right, it's mid-core, but yes, it rewards high skill. And yes, it can still fucking wipe you if you do what you're doing here, which you find boring, which is normal. Like, wake the fuck up. I am gonna skip. She has no idea what she's talking about, and it's honestly infuriating. And if somebody talked about that about Final Fantasy without fucking understanding how it works and going like, oh, blah, 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 like I would do the same. I would be like, okay, fuck your opinion, man. Like you just don't know what you're talking about. You haven't done it at all. Like you haven't been there at all. Like you haven't done it. It shows. I would be the same. It's not. It's not. It's because it's Guild Wars. I would be the same with any game. Like she's talking out of her ass. I'm sorry. Uh, what is buy to play W?
And then the other thing I really like about this game is that it's buy to play. Like it's not a subscription game like 14 or WoW where it's pay to play.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I agree with that. I do agree with that. The game is populated in every zone. That's true. Story X. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna hear a Final Fantasy player talk about Guild Wars story because we all know how it's going. She doesn't like it. She's in love with Final Fantasy story. She's like completely blindsided by it. That's fine. I don't want to hear it. Character voices suck. I disagree. Hard disagree on this one. I'm sorry. A lot of the voice acting is fine. I like the ambient voice acting quite a lot. I find that enemies and our character are sufficiently voiced, especially the abilities. So I will not hear this because I know for a fact that I disagree. But yeah, okay. Well, now we have her opinion. We can go into not Asmon Gold, though I did want to watch this. We're gonna go into her. What could Final Fantasy learn from Guild Wars? And now we can watch this and have context. That's why I watched the previous one. I wanted context. What did she think, Guild Wars is? Therefore, now I can understand what she's going to suggest based on that and why.
Hi friends, Itheria here, and today I'm going to be talking
All
about
right.
things that I think Final Fantasy XIV could learn from
Long
or
hair,
take
please.
from Guild Wars 2. If you saw
Instant mounting, yes, please. Die system, yes. Join multiple, yes, absolutely. So I will speak about joining multiple guilds. That interests me. I will not let her talk because I don't need to. But joining multiple guilds. Okay, so here's the problem with joining multiple guilds. You don't have a sense of belonging. That's the first problem. Therefore, you will not be um, loyal to one more than the other. It can happen, but it breaks, it dilutes it a little bit, it kind of saturates it, which can be a problem when one guild wants to form a static and then another guild wants to form a static. And yes, maybe you're like me and you know life, right? And if you know life, you can kind of pull it off, but like you're gonna end up being with one guild. You know what I'm saying? You can try multiples. That's the good part. You don't have to trial with one of them and then see if you fit. And then that's like a lot of commitment. And then you start over with another guild. You can have like 2 or 3 guilds and see which one engages and see which one you're engaging with and what they're doing and how they're playing. And then you can decide to stay or go. And then you can remove one of them, add a new one, check that out, then try to, that's the good part of the system. But the bad part is that because of that, it takes much longer and creates less opportunities, or rather, way too many opportunities, meaning less opportunities for each guild, for you to bond with them. Therefore, it can result easily into not being able to stick with one crew, which will make those crews equally difficult to stick together because now they're missing a member. And if that happens to like 3 or 4 members of that group's static, of that guild static, then that becomes a problem. So joining multiple guilds, I understand it's a nice option to have. However, it does create this lack of loyalty, you know, and that I'm a little bit. I don't like that too much. Like I don't agree with it. That's all. That is a good use of it. Yeah, that is legitimately a very good use of it, where you can have a guild that is only World vs. World or PvP, and then another for your PvE business, that is also good for it. But then again, even then it creates a problem, because what if the guild that you main starts looking into PvP and World vs. World? Because now you're going to have to betray the PvP guild and World vs. World guild that you had specifically for that purpose, or you're going to have to betray the other guys who, despite being your main dudes, you can't tell them I'll join you for World vs. World as well. You'll be like, I already have a guild for that. Like, so again, it's both good and bad, you know. And also, the person who's doing that is less likely to tell the other guys in the same group, should we also expand to World versus World, because they have another guild for that purpose. So less engagement and less opportunities to do stuff as a guild. So it is really just 50-50. And for me personally, I would say no, I would prefer if it was only one guild. It is called Guild Wars 2. It is Guild Wars. It, to me, it is implied you should be loyal to one guild. That's it. But that's just that is like just lore stuff. I'm just trying to say maybe I'm old school in that, but like yeah, I feel it would be more beneficial if it was one guild. Sadly, that's what I'll say with it. And also, there is something really, really disheartening when you are um, when you're like a guild and everyone has your guild tag, and it's like, people can see it and you feel a certain kind of like, I don't want to say pride, but you feel a certain like connection because everyone has like so and so in their tag. And then there comes Bob, for example, who shows up for raiding day, and Bob just represents another guild, but is in your voice chat raiding with you most of the time, but they represent another guild. And that way Bob is just like, you see, let's say the guild tag is X. So you see X, 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 and then suddenly, kitty devourers. And you're like, Bob, why? Why are you representing the kitty devourers? You know? It creates a little bit of like, we're supposed to, I mean, yeah, it's nice to have a choice. I always say it's nice to have a choice. I just think in this case, maybe not. Like, in most cases, I'm always pro choice. I'm like, yeah, it's good to have options, always. But now I think, I don't know, with Guild Wars, maybe not so much. Yeah, that can be another way to do it, like have a character, but I don't know. It's completely personal. I think it's completely subjective. Like, you can argue both ways, and it's just preference. It's just that me, as a guild leader. So let me say this also: as a guild member, I like that I can have options. As a guild leader, I fucking hate it. I would like my members to be loyal and to show their loyalty and to be together and all that. So again, it is so fucking divisive. It is so divisive. Like, you can argue both ways. It really depends on, on your gameplay, on your decisions, on yeah, it's pretty crazy. I guess it's a good thing that this exists, but yeah, I will say objectively it is a good thing that exists. Now then she goes into and says improving the overworld. um I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna give her credit because credit where it's due. The overworld, so the open world, as we say, part of the game in Guild Wars is amazing. No other one has beaten that in MMOs, as far as I can tell. Like, no other MMO I've played can do what Guild Wars 2 does. They've tried, it doesn't work. Like, Guild Wars maps are crafted extremely well. Even those that we hate are crafted in a way that you love to hate them, and you hate them because you love the world design. Um, no other game does that. They are exceptionally crafted. Like, I'm pretty sure that ArenaNet also understands this, and they take their time designing maps. I'm pretty sure they enjoy, like, whoever designs maps over at ArenaNet, you can tell that they like what they're doing. and they like giving character to the areas and to the maps and everything. They really do. They like using a lot of props. They like using a lot of varied like shapes and varied like terrain objects, and like it's nice. It's really nice, you know. Whereas in Final Fantasy and most other games, but especially in Final Fantasy, not so much in World of Warcraft, um, open world is dead, like dead, legitimately dead. It's ugly. Sorry, it's dead. It's soulless. Like it's complete. It's like an AI fucking designed the maps. They're soulless. It's like the developers went into an AI and said, "Hey, can you make me a Final Fantasy styled Far West map?" And then you get whatever we got in fucking Dawn Trail. And then they're like, "Okay, and now can you make me like an Aztec looking map? Okay, here you go." Like literally just slop. It is slop. It is sloppy, sloppy, slop. Like I don't like it. There is nothing to do. Once you do your quest there is literally nothing to do. The fates are completely uninteresting in comparison to like Guild Wars 2 events and change of events and metas. It is like, yeah, open world is dead in Final Fantasy, like completely. And even the terrain and everything has this liminal space effect. It's literally like backrooms after a while. There's nothing there. The enemies look completely out of place and completely out of scale. They look way too big for what they are. Um, the models are too weird most of the time, and they don't have any behaviors per se. They just kind of move every now and then, and it all looks like some kind of like surreal wasteland. Like just nothing to do there. It's so crazy. Occasionally, you see some crafter, some gatherer waiting for a node. Sometimes you might see a noob just like trying to do the main quest, but it's so sporadic that it's like literally fucking dead man's land. I don't know. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, honestly. So credit where it's due to her, to Etheria, for not holding back on that, because a lot of Final Fantasy players or Final Fantasy fanatics as herself, I will say, actually, to be very precise, usually either don't comment on it because they know it fucking hurts, or they just refuse it, which is just denial. But she just agrees with it, so that is nice. Now I'm interested to hear what she thinks Guild Wars 2, like what makes Guild Wars 2 midcore. I'm pretty interested because I'm not sure about her definition of midcore and her criteria. Because if we're going by what she said earlier, like she's all over the place in that case, and I'm curious. So let's see
Two
it.
is just the mid core of it all. I feel like Guild Wars 2 is, in essence, a mid core game. It is pretty engaging because
For me, by the way, midcore and engaging are the best way to be, especially if you combine it with a good dynamic combat system, like action based. And then you also say, okay, you can do things the easy way, but you can also sweat, and it will have a reward for you, and it will feel good. So this, to me, it just resonates really well. But let's see what she says.
you can. It can be hard to AFK at times because something will come attack you. Like,
That is straight up a lie. That is straight up a lie. I don't know where she's AFKing or why she's AFKing there, but that's a lie. That is literally a lie. So, yeah, good one.
you try to AFK in a small town, suddenly there's an event going on, it gets contested, you come back to
Has never happened.
your screen and you're dead, you know?
This has never. I think she's confusing small towns for obvious like places of contention. It's crazy. This statement is so crazy. This statement is literally a lie, and I don't understand how she has this experience. I think this is a lie, straight up. I think she's making this up. Sorry.
So I feel like the reason I say that the game is mid-core is because it's engaging enough that it's not really one of those games where you are going to have like it's not like second monitor content where like in 14, let's say that you're doing something like gathering or maybe even crafting and you're using macros. Um, there's so many things in the game, even like, in my opinion, frontlines. I mean, frontlines can be engaging, but I don't like it. Or even like Praetorian.
Yo, you can't be comparing. So this is the problem with with all of her videos so far. By the way, she jumps from topic to topic to topic to topic to topic, and these topics aren't connected, but she thinks they are, and so she makes like really weird comparisons that just do not. They don't make any sense. What do frontlines have to do with Guild Wars 2 being engaging, but also like not second screen material, but also being mid core? Like this has nothing to do with like anything. Like what are you talking about?
Like, there's so many things I feel like in 14, and this isn't necessarily a bad thing because I think like ocean fishing is another example, but I think there's a time and place for this kind of content, right? This is just an example of what I mean by second screen content. Is there's a lot of content in 14 where it's so chill that you might turn on YouTube or
Okay, you mean that there is a lot of content that is fucking dead ass boring, and unless you have like 20 different fucking streaming services to entertain you, you might actually die in your chair. Then I agree. Because that's why I'm saying that Guild Wars 2 design is really, really fucking superior in everything that you do. Because literally, not everything that you do, but like all these things that she's saying, right? You choose something. As long as you choose something to do, you can go and do it, and that whatever it is going to keep you engaged. Like you're doing something, it will reward you. You will learn something, you will earn some rewards. Whereas in Final Fantasy, you're like, okay, let's go ocean fishing, as you said. Snore. Fucking snore. Like you go like, literally your brain cells are turning off, and you need like engagement from other sources. It's crazy how bad that is. And to me, it's insane. Like some people chill to that. And I'm like, okay, I get it. You personally chill to that. But let me blow your mind. What if you could do chill stuff that is actually engaging so that you don't need to watch a series on the other screen? And instead, again, let me blow your mind. You can focus on the game that you have chosen to play and be rewarded. Imagine. But I guess Final Fantasy players can't imagine that. I guess their imagination is fucking dead because of ocean fishing. So, moving on.
Netflix or whatever on your other screen and be doing that. And so to me, that's definitely more like casual kind of content, right? And I think we should have that. Don't get me wrong, we should have this kind of content. But the problem is that 14 is lacking in mid-core content. It really doesn't have a good mid-core content scene. We are lacking it and we need it.
So, yes, that is correct. Final Fantasy has only hardcore content and then no content. That's it.
We need it because what I'm saying here about Guild Wars 2 and trying to explain what I mean by midcore is that Guild Wars 2 isn't really a game for the most part that you're going to be able to put something on your second screen and watch it. But it's not so difficult that you're like clenching your butt cheeks or that you're stressed or that you feel like you are holding your breath while you're doing something. It's not requiring the amount of focus that a Savage or an Ultimate raid in Final Fantasy would. You know, like it's not.
And yet, it is worth mentioning that one of the hardest fights in Guild Wars 2 took the best team in Guild Wars 2 more time than it took the best team in Final Fantasy to clear the equivalent hardest fight of that moment. Keep that in mind.
To that extent of difficulty. It's actually not that hard at all, but it is engaging.
Though that's a little bit of an exception though, and it's also a little bit of a new thing for Guild Wars. I feel they should pursue that a little bit, but I also don't want the game to lose its mid-core identity just for the sake of attracting raiders. And therefore, I would also add that if you're a hardcore raider in Final Fantasy, you might simply not understand the appeal in Guild Wars.
You do have to pay attention. You do have to press your buttons. You do have to dodge, but you don't necessarily have to be good. Just
Well, you do have to be good. That's the thing. Like, her experience prevents her from understanding this because she has not done any difficult content in Guild Wars, um, or any end game, I'd say. I don't think that she's done CMs, for example. If she has, and that's still her opinion, well, first of all, please show me. Like, I would like to see that. I would like to see her do that in the screen instead, because what she's showing here all the time is just literally garbage level PvE. Literally garbage level. Like, you things that you can do blindfolded. I'm not even joking. You can legitimately do it blindfolded. Um, so I would like it a lot more if she put in like half a year, not a month, but half a year, 4 or 5 months, somewhere there, during which she actively tries to gear up, learn her character, and do CMs, and do some raiding, and do some strike CMs, that kind of thing.
this makes sense to you guys. I feel like if you haven't played Guild Wars 2, this might be a little bit confusing, but I'm trying my best here. So, Guild Wars 2 is very much a game where you don't necessarily have to know your rotation.
You do. You fucking do. That's why, again, please don't make first impressions videos and then midway through the video you forget that it's a first impression, and that you forget you don't know what you're talking about, and you come out as a clown, because this is literally clowning right now. Like, dude, you're being a clown. I'm sorry. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, not even 1%.
Knowing it
Mind you, I'm not saying, oh, it's so difficult that, like, oh my God, it's going to melt your brain. No, 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 no. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that she's 100% wrong, regardless. She's 100% wrong, 1 billion% wrong. She couldn't be more wrong, even if she tried.
helps. Learning the rotations and kind of the skill interactions and stuff will definitely help you because it'll help you kill things faster. And if you're anything
No, but it's required. It's literally as required as in Final Fantasy. You don't understand. It is something you should do. It's something you're expected to do. You'll get kicked. If you go into a raid and you're just pressing one button, or you're pressing random buttons, people will know you're going to get kicked.
like me and you don't really tend to like, DPSing in general, you can get a little bit tired if you feel like your DPS is taking a long time. Like I literally went to play Reaper instead of Scourge because I was like, I need to kill things faster. And it was kind of a more brain dead option for me. And with the gear that I already had, it was
Scourge Condi is also equally brainless. Uh, Reaper, a lot of people who don't know what they're talking about, they will say that Reaper is brainless. It is not. It does have a rotation. Your shroud skills have a purpose. You do have to do them in an order. The order makes sense. You should use that order. That's what people mean when they say it's brainless. They don't mean you can do anything, right? So, to use the same term, even though I don't really agree with it, but it's just it's a matter of convenience when using terms. Conti Scourge could be equally as effective when played as brainless as she's playing. I'll put it that way. So I don't understand why she's like whimpering about, oh my God, I shouldn't have started with Scourge. Bro, Scourge Conti DPS is quite fucking strong. For the purposes that she's doing, which is garbage level PvE, especially for that, it is very strong. So is Reaper stronger? To a degree. Are any of them brainless? No. You gotta understand when to pop its button and why you're doing it, especially the higher up you're going in content. So please just shut up.
easier for me to play Reaper and be stronger and more powerful like I wanted to be so I could kill things faster. But it was still kind of brain dead because I did
Yeah, no, I don't think she So I think that the way she's using brain dead is because she heard friends talk about it. That's what's happening, I'm pretty sure.
look at some of my skills and some of my skill interactions, but I'm going to tell you I do it wrong a lot because on my Reaper, there's this one skill, it's on my 4 button that puts down a combo field. It's like a little circle and it's got a little effect in it. And this is a combo field. And then 2 or 3 are buttons that are combo finishers. So if I use those buttons after pressing 4, then
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Just please just go learn your rotation. You're supposed to be like, in her own words, directly implied, she's a top tier raider. or thinks so for herself in Final Fantasy. Specifically, I remind you of the claim that she can clear anything when it's current, blind, with just 2 or 3 wipes. How can you not understand what you're saying right now is just dog shit? Is beyond me. Girl, I don't know what you're on about, legitimately. I'm glad to see that she understands the interaction between combo fields, but that's not a sign of intelligence. Like, that's something that the skills tell you on the tooltip. That's it. And yeah, just please go and learn your rotation.
I will get some sort of buff or it'll debuff the mob. I actually don't know what it does. I just know that it's a combo field and that's good.
Yeah, okay. So please just no. Just please no. I can't. I just. And we have so much of this shit.
So it's really cool because the game is engaging. It's not, oh, go play stuff on your second monitor, you know.
And yet, and yet, like 20 minutes ago, not 20 minutes, like 10 minutes ago, she was saying like, "Oh, this is so boring. I can't fucking do it." Like blah blah blah, and it's so easy. Which is it in the end? Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like she doesn't know enough to make her mind up even. So I don't know, dude.
It's not boring. It's still very engaging, but it's mid-core in that you don't have to be that good of a player to succeed or even to be helpful because
No, 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 no. You do. Don't even fucking say that. Please don't listen to her. Please learn the game. Please learn your class. Please learn your rotation. Then you're helping. Seriously, please.
a lot of different jobs have different boons. You can think of these as buffs that they can offer to the party. So even if you're not that skilled at DPS, you might still be offering helpful buffs like stability.
No, no, shut up. No, no, motherfucker. No, shut up. I don't want to talk about it with you anymore. No, you're wrong. So yeah, just go away. It seems like Square Enix is trying. No, I'm sorry. No. Let me hear this. I'm more interested in that.
So that was a really long yap about mid-core and stuff, but I just feel like, yeah, we're lacking it in 14, and I was hoping to get more of it in the Occult Crescent, but then I ended up kind of really hating Occult Crescent because the pace of it just wasn't fun for me.
Occult Crescent is the shittest fucking joke of a content I've ever seen in a game. It is so slop. It is the sloppiest slop that I have ever seen. It is crazy how bad it is. I'm a completionist. I go after stuff. If it's there, I want to complete it. Okay? If it's a fight, I want to clear it. If it's a rank, I want to reach it. Okay? So I did Boza, I did Eureka, I did like even though I didn't like them, I did them. Even though I didn't fucking like them, I went and cleared Baldesion's Armory. I went with Deathless, by the way. I went and with Deathless. Sorry, that I shouldn't say that. Not Deathless, but I was not on the floor. Every fight I cleared on my foot, on my feet. Sorry, I'm proud of being able to do that because for me, it's for my levels of play, it's difficult. So Final Fantasy, I mean, as a whole. So I take some pride in being like, okay, every single fight I've cleared, I don't care about logs, I don't care about parsing, I don't care about anything. I still do good DPS. I'm actually good. Like I'm not saying I'm great, but I'm good. I will do my DPS. I won't be dead weight. But the point was, I clear them standing on my own 2 feet and not on the floor for like 20 minutes. So and yes, I did that for all of the like even Boza's like Savage. I did that, for example. I fucking hated it, but I did do it, and I did it that way, right? So I thought when I saw Cult Crescent, I was like, okay, yeah, I'll do that. Okay, I'll do that. Like it's a new piece of content, I'll do it. And honestly, even as a person who has done every single side quest in the game, every single side quest, I went and did it. I went and scoured the maps and did it. And yet, this shit is so boring and uninspired that I gave up. I can't do it. I just can't fucking do it. I don't care. I don't care if there is a second map I haven't been to. I don't care that I haven't explored all of it. It is so boring. It is so boring and grindy. It's like it's unbearable.
Because it was just so like next, 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 go, go, go. It just, just wasn't it. So hopefully, in the future, and I feel like we are being heard to some degree in 14 because they have
No, you aren't. You are not. You're not heard. Nobody gives a shit about you because you're licking Yoshi's balls like all day. You're literally, you can't even speak clearly because they're in your mouth. And you're choking on fucking testicle hair. Like, legitimately, pull it out. Like, it's fucking pruning in there. You've been, his balls have been pruning in your mouth for years. Because every year, that's what I hear. Oh, this expansion is the best so far. Oh, this expansion is the best so far. And literally nothing changes. Like, look at it. It's like Eureka, right? And then you have like Boza, right? And now you have Occult Crescent. And one is worse than the other. Even the enthusiasts say that. Like people who are into this content, they're like, Eureka is the best. And Boza, yes, it's good. And then Occult Crescent, that's shit. Like, just get those balls out of your mouth. Breathe the air of freedom. Like, unshackle yourself. Legitimately, stop. Stop with the hopium.
made an effort with like the expert roulette for
Like, how can you see this content, Crescent, right? And be like, whoa, yeah, definitely Square Enix is in touch with the player base. Get out of here.
for example, the expert dungeons and even things like Sandaori, you can see that they have made an effort to try and make the battle content more engaging to the point that we even had some people complaining on like the 14 forums that the game got too hard.
Yeah. Yes, because that's another problem of the game that you don't understand. Because you're like, again, like the ball is pruning in there, like the testicle is like shrinking and pruning. Listen, it's, yes, they have made it more difficult because that's what hardcore players like you, dear girl, if you are, because so far I've only heard weird claims, but like players like you, then that's what you think engaging means. You think engaging means more and more and more and more and more and more difficult. That's not engagement. That's gluttony. And you're being bloated and you're eating the same food over and over, and you don't understand that if you don't want a second, like if you don't fucking want to change the menu, you're not gonna get anything else. That's what you're gonna be getting. Just increasingly difficult and more difficult. And meanwhile, casual players like myself suffer for it. And you know what? GG's to Yoshi because he's catering to the audience that keeps this game going, which is the hardcore fans that come back for the raids. But that does not give you any leg to stand on to claim that there is improvement and that the developers are listening, exactly because, as you yourself said, people are saying stop it with the difficulty and give us other things to do. Like, please stop saying that that's them listening. You're fucking stupid. Moving on.
And I'm not trying to like diss these people or anything. Everyone's at a different skill level, but I do ultimately think that that's good for the game. Like I think that's more fun for more people.
It's not more fun for more people. You're fucking dumb. I'm done. I'm done with you. Like, legitimately, sorry, bye. Yeah, no, you're done. I'm out of here. I'm done. This is just like literally copium. This is copium, like hard copium at this point. I don't want to inhale that. My God. That was painful. God. Let me calm down. That was crazy. That was super fucking crazy. That was dumb. God damn it. Now, how do I feel about what we watched? Hmm. Okay, yeah, she's a bit insufferable, but most of the things aren't like criminal. And I think she's a little bit that type of person, quote unquote. And I think she's a little bit full of shit. Like, so not full, but like she's a little bit, yeah, I don't know, some L takes in there. But yeah, that's all basically. Um, Factual errors about Guild Wars, those can be forgiven, let's say. Not forgiven, but like, yeah, can be overlooked, whatever. Typical first impressions, L takes, let's say. And in the end, about what she was saying, like actually what she was saying in, across those videos, a lot of things I just don't agree with at all. And holy shit, I don't think I want to watch more of your content. It is, I don't know. It is very typical content for a Final Fantasy creator, content creator. I don't know. It was interesting as an experience to like binge two or three of those videos, but after a while, the L takes and the weird statements became like tiring. But it might also have been that I, I get it. When somebody misunderstands, let's say that you're a Guild Wars fan or a Final Fantasy fan, and somebody misunderstands like your game, and it could even be me, for example, in some cases, um, it can be annoying, and that's what I felt now. Um, but the difference here being that I haven't played Final Fantasy for a month, and then I'm talking about it. I have played it, I have raided, I have done the end game, I have done like most of what there is to do. I'm sorry to say, down to Blue Maids and all of its challenges, except for the weird mount challenges that like I didn't want to go and do that. And I've gotten all the spells, and I've done this, and I've done that, and the crafting, and the gathering, and the deliveries, the collections, the relics, the savage raiding, uh, the extreme trials, the like every single one of them. Uh, you know, I've done stuff, so I'm more equipped to have an opinion uh, based on on more facts than her opinions, for example, are based on when it comes to Guild Wars, like by far, I dare say. So there is a difference there. It's not like I'm holding myself to different standards than hers. It's literally that she just played for a month, got coddled, got told some nonsense, then was allowed to reach her own conclusions. All of them were wrong. None of them were like double checked. She didn't do end game, like just completely misunderstanding the game. So I think that gives me enough room to say that, yeah, I just think that she's like a little bit insufferable, a little bit full of shit. Some L takes, like, and I can't keep watching because like she seems to be in denial about a lot of things with Final Fantasy, and that way, that content becomes like her content becomes tiring to me, and I can see that it will have huge appeal among her peers. Her peers being the people that literally are going to be full of toxic positivity and snorting copium like 24/7. So it's not the kind of content that I will engage with on any normal day. And it's the whole package of like, okay, VTuber, also Final Fantasy player, also cat girl, also raiding, also like it's yeah, no, 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 no. It's yuck. No, not touching that. And that's like my thoughts on the videos, and no need to go through individual statements still. We did that. And also watching her video that was like a year old, and then watching a video that was like a bit more recent, and then another more recent, and then a very recent one, let's say, going like that. It was very interesting to see like the character development story arc that she's going through. That was kind of impressive, uh, not in a good way. So yeah, there is that, I guess. But what can I say? Yeah, all I'll say in the end is like, yeah, Final Fantasy players, man. I don't know. You guys are fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy. I'm sorry. Like some of you can be good guys and you can be like really pleasant and you can be understanding and all that. But you're weird little cookies. You are, honestly, you're really weird little cookies in your own special way. And I will tell you that you're not alone in that, because Guild Wars 2 also has some really fucking weird little cookies, but just in very different ways. And it's interesting that the less quirky players end up being the World of Warcraft players for me. Like they're the less quirky, very vocal, kind of like distant cousins that yell at clouds sometimes, and they're still like clinging to their weird 90s ways and ideologies. And, that's also very negative, but they seem to be, not that this is to defend their bigoted views often or their toxic behavior, but they're the more predictable kind, you know? Whereas Guild Wars and Final Fantasy, the weird little cookies, I'm telling you, like weird little cookies, legitimately, in your own special way. And of the two, if I had to choose, which I never will, but if I had to, if somebody put a gun on my head and said, "Hey, pick now, which is the worst?" Like right now, you can only pick one. There is no wiggle room. You have to pick one. It has to be absolute. Which one? Or you die. I would be like, I'm sorry to do this to you. I'm really sorry to do this to you. I would pick that, yeah, the Final Fantasy community has to go. That's what I would answer. Like, no, I'll take the Guild Wars 2 community, sorry. They're complete assholes, but they're usually literally bigoted assholes, but like, I just don't deal well with this kind of special crazy that you find in Final Fantasy. I've dated the crazy. I've embraced the crazy. Fortunately, I'll never have to choose for one of them to completely be erased from memory or something. However, in that hyper theoretical example, I would be like, yeah, I think I can do without the Final Fantasy stuff. I think it's a little bit too crazy and weird. Like, I enjoy aspects of that, craziness. And honestly, I literally started my relationship with Neris, for example, in there. And I have found partners in there in the past and now. And it's been a wild adventure. But looking back at it, like the people I've met and then the content creators I've watched and what they think and then what the average person talks about, like in Final Fantasy, I would be like, yeah, I think that's like the more crazy kind of crazy. And I don't want to fuck with that. And that's what I would say in the end, in that hyper theoretical scenario where I have to pick one or fucking bite a bullet. I would be like, yeah, FF can go, like that community can go legitimately. Um, yeah, end of the day, I guess, it's, I'll tell you this, it is way too hit or miss for me to say something like, okay, it might be crazy, but also I found love multiple times there, and also all the fun I've had. Like, yeah, it goes beyond that. Unfortunately, that part does not manage to outweigh uh, the looniness and the weird takes and the really bad interactions I've had in there. and everything else, like, it just doesn't outweigh it, unfortunately. So yeah, that's what I would say. But again, I love both, I guess, in a way. That's why I also keep playing the games, like, even though I burned out of one because of the community mostly, and that's Final Fantasy, of course, and the socials and the socializing there with that community, and I just left. And but still, I kind of love it because, like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a weird little, yeah, like, weird little animal that, like, you're not sure if you want to touch, but sometimes through its extremely mad behavior, sometimes there's a spark of, like, hope, and you look into its eyes of that wild animal and you go, like, under a different light, maybe, that kind of thing. And then it starts going crazy again. We're talking beyond Orat's cat behavior. We're talking beyond fucking Orange Tabby. Fucking hysterical. So yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. And that's the takeaway for today. And thanks for watching. You've been amazing as always. Where is my screen? Where's my screen? Hello? Ah, yeah, okay. And we did the Skyrim. We did the Skyrim. And unfortunately, it wasn't in a playable state. But now I'm motivated completely by what I saw to iron everything out. And it works. It didn't crash. So it is showing goodwill. And I will give it its opportunity. I'm going to start with the weird error messages from preloading. And I'll go from there so that I have a clean load with no error messages, no warning messages. Then I'll check the in-game warning messages because those seemed a little bit more complex. And I'll have to troubleshoot them one by one. And hopefully that will resolve everything. There is one thing that I am very worried about. And I've been thinking about it. I just don't know how to or what to think about when it comes to the first person stuff. It is it is weird. It's not an exaggeration. It is definitely how I feel about it. That I don't want to go into first person and see fake hands just being there. That is so weird to me. That's legitimately just so weird to me. Like, I can't do it. So I have to find a way either to change my camera mode actually, or find a way to maybe hack immersive first person view and make it work in this environment. Because I can't with the first person hands. Like, that is so stupid. What's the point of having, like, a camera mode if it can't do that, right? If it can't do that, what's the fucking point? I want to go in first person like I used to, and moving the mouse just looks around, moves the head, looks around. Technically, the head is being replaced by a camera, but, and turned invisible for a bit, but that's just technicalities. And then look around, and then my body isn't turning, and it feels immersive to me. And then I can WASD to move my body, and that's great. And everything is exactly as you see it in third person, with no weird shitty fake arms. So fucking immersion breaking. I can't fucking have it exist. So that after I troubleshoot everything with Neris and everything is working, then that is our immediate goal, to iron that out. You know? So yeah, error messages into first person camera conundrum. And then everything else. Because I think if we fix that, then everything else is done. It's done, which is important because then we can start streaming. And that means that on Monday I might not stream. I might sit here and try to work things out with Neris and have a troubleshooting session where we hopefully take care of most of these problems. Because I saw no other problems. There was nothing else. Oh, and the dialogues, of course. But I mean, we'll get there. The dialogues where I interacted with an NPC or with any NPC, and then I could pick an option. But then the problem becomes that like they don't seem to follow up with any dialogue, or dialogues aren't progressing. It's like it's so weird. I've never had that before. That's completely new. I don't know what the fuck that is. So yeah, maybe we'll have to remove some mods. Like if we have a dialogue mode, we might have to remove it. We'll see. But it feels like on Monday I should just either on Monday or on Tuesday, it feels like I should fiddle around with all that stuff and troubleshoot the installation because we are closer than ever to starting, and I fucking can't wait anymore. I am especially going in today and seeing it. I was like, oh boy, this is gonna be so awesome once we are proper in the game. This, like, I'm so fucking hyped. You have no fucking idea. I'm extremely hyped for it. Extremely hyped for it. Yeah, this week I'll finish it. That's it. This week in game and finish all the error messages and get it done. And figure out why nothing is loading on the stupid fucking menu, by the way. That worried me. That was like genuinely worried me. I was like, what's wrong with the MCM? Like it should be getting populated, but it's not. It's I don't know. We'll figure it. So yeah, I'll do my best to get that all fixed within the next week, and then we can start. But for now, dear audience, I will wish you an amazing weekend. I hope you enjoyed my rant and that you weren't made to feel bad. And if you did, well then I don't know, fuck you. And thank you for watching. And but no, like it's just like my opinion, dude. I don't know. Live with it. And then, have an amazing weekend regardless. And, that's it.